Giddy up. That's right.
Messages from the House.
March 10, 2021, message number 192. Mr. President, having passed a motion to reconsider, the following bill passed the House on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill number 133, online sports wagering. Ayes 32, noes 28. Signed, Wendy Harding, House Chief Clerk.
Reports from standing committees.
March 10, 2021, Mr. President, to Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred Senate File 146, six-person juries in civil cases. Respectfully report same back to the Senate. The recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, Cole, Pacoste, and Nethercott. No, Senator French. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
All right, second reading of Senate File number 1, Senator Wasserberg. My favorite, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Done.
Chair is yours. Either one.
We are to that point where we are to bills on second reading. Second reading of the budget bill. Senate File 1, second reading of the bill.
Senate File 1, General Government Appropriations.
Senate File 1. Oh, no, that's not correct. The first amendment for our consideration is Senator Ellis, I believe. And we need to read that in first? No?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 21, section 001.
Okay. How do I turn on? Just touch it. There we got it. Senator Ellis. Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Don't worry, Mr. Chairman. By the end of the day, you'll have the hang of it. Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1 and ask the body to vote aye. This is what we refer to as the global amendment. This goes back and in one amendment does addresses most but not all of the 7 to 5 cram downs that happened in the preparation of Senate File 1. And what I'll do is I'll go through it very quickly, Mr. Chairman. What you have on the first two lines is, and you'll see this, there's in a couple different places in here, but this eliminates the Casper Building Advisory Task Force. It has deadlined or sunsetted, and this remove the language that recreates that. The next, the rest of page 1 and down to line 7 on page 2. This is this does a couple of things. It moves money back for the in some. I think it was in the. This moves money back as a fund swap that moved it back from the general fund back to SIPA, which is what the governor's recommendation was. The question is whether it's general fund or SIPA, and and so this continues to drain down the SIPA, which is what the governor's recommendation is, and kind of what this body's will has been through the past. It also deals with and at the bottom of page 1 that $30,000 fund was how part of the replenishment or reinstating the talking books was funds were done in part by removing it from the governor's office. If we move continuing on pages on lines 7 through 14, has to do here and elsewhere, has to do with creating and spending additional money on the Casper Veterans Museum. This removes that from the budget. The Casper Veterans Museum is continues to be a spot that doesn't, a little museum that can't seem to find a home where somebody wants to take it and deal with it. But this, there's a grand plan out there that many of us do not agree with, and this begins the funding of their grand plan. If we're continuing on, that gets us down through line 14. If we go lines 15 through 19, what this does, the governor's recommendation and department were that they could get by with one less person to deal with some of the weights and measures or weight trucks out there. This restores that. That the bill restored it. This moves it back to the governor's recommendation, which continues to keep this position out of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the governor's rec. Lines 20 through 23 also have to do with the Casper Veterans Museum, and eliminates language regarding an MOU between the Department of Parks and the military department about the care and keeping of the Casper Veterans Museum. The lines 24 through 36 have to do with the Community College Commission. It restores one position that was removed in the bill, and it also restores $10 million. It also restores $10 million of state aid to the community colleges, and increases that one full-time position, restores the money for that. The lines 37 through to the bottom of the page and over to through line 9 on page 2. What this does is it requires in the next fiscal year, in the budget year for 2022, that the university implement an additional $10,000 reduction, but that not except no further reductions can come from the colleges of agriculture, engineering, applied science, and education or law. It's anticipation that we'll continue to have financial difficulties and wants them to continue to do that. It also puts a limit on the amount of the block grant for which they seek state aid to $297 million, which I think was the amount at the beginning of this biennium in the original budget. So I think it requires that they keep that request flat. 10 through 14 again has to do with talking books, and it removes, to be clear, this and the other one that dealt with talking books, it does remove the funding from talking books. Now lines 15 through line 15 on page 2, on page 3, all the way through line 28 on page 4. What this does, it has to do with some fund swaps and the reduction. There are a couple of, the governor made a recommendation to slow down funding on 2 capital construction projects for schools. The 2, if you go to page 4, one of them is to begin the design on the K-12 school, elementary school in Washakie 2, which is 10 Sleep. The other one is on line 17 on Fremont 25. That's the Riverton High School auditorium. It slows down those two projects. And we checked, and as of the beginning of the session, no funds on either of those projects had been expended yet. So this would slow those down for 1 year, which again was has to do with the governor's rec. Pages on page 4, lines 29 and 30 had to do with removes any of the deposit of the 1 cent per cent severance tax into the PMTF, and you see that in the original bill. And then finally, to finish up, lines 31 through 36 are the rest of the Casper Office Building Task Force. It removes the rest of that language. That's the explanation of that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Remind you that there is a 5-minute limit on speeches, and we were just right at that limit. Thank you very much. Further debate? Senator Beitman.
Just a question on what the net is. Is it a net increase or a net decrease in spending, and what that amount would be? Thank you.
Further comments? Senator Guru? No. Senator Perkins?
The net was that there was a reduction, further reduction in general fund of about 1.5 million and change. and a further reduction in other funds, which are mostly SIPA and expenditures out of SIPA and LSRA of a little over $9 million. So the net is about $10 million of lower spending.
Any further debate on second reading amendment number 21? What? Okay, I believe we are ready for a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, rise with some trepidation here, but as I understand, page 99, lines 4 through 26, that the effect of this is to, the budget bill as it stands before us puts the entire 1 cent from the severance tax into an account where we can get at it. And if we pass this amendment, that will no longer be true, and it will go into the permanent mineral trust fund. If that's the case, and I think it is, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we divide out it's page 4, line 29. It reference to page 99, lines 4 through 26, that particular piece.
And Senator Scott, are you asking to divide the amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
That appears to be divisible. Could you go over that division?
The balance of the amendment would be division 1, and then that is on page 4 of the amendment, line 29. It's reference page 99, lines 4 through 26. It would be just that relating to the diversion of the 1 cent severance tax. And my understanding is that if we pass the amendment, then half the 1 cent severance tax revenue will go in the permanent mineral trust fund. And if we don't pass it, it won't go into the permanent mineral trust fund and be available where we can spend it.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that is divisible, so we will designate the majority of amendment number 1 as the major part of the bill, which that would be all of page 1, 2, 3, all the way to line 28, and then lines 30 through 38. That would be amendment number 1. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Perkins, Senator
that-
Perkins,
Thank you. You're talking about division 1.
that would be division 1.
Division 1 of the amendment. And so the easiest way to understand this is if you pull out your budget bill and turn to page 99. And so if you open up your budget bill and go to page 99 and look at section 314. And so you can see in the budget bill that the effect of the action of the JAC, and again, these are had to do with votes that voted the Senate side of the JAC, that you can see that in the original bill from the original budget bill, that this would deposit on April 1st. And then again, as soon as practically after the end of the year, it would divide and send the money from the 1% severance tax account, 50% to the Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund and 50% to the LSRA. And then again, after the end of the year, it would also do that. So there are two tips that were happening there. That was stricken out in this amended bill. So that would happen. It would just stay in the 1% severance tax account and would be available for spending. If you vote aye on division 1, the effect is that all that language will be restored and there will be tips and it will go to the corpus of that. The 1% severance tax will go to the corpus of those two funds. Well, it's the corpus of the Wyoming Permanent Trust Fund and the LSRA, half to the LSRA. That's the effect of this. It will allow those tips to occur, half to the LSRA, half to the corpus of the Wyoming Permanent Trust Fund. That's if you vote aye. If you vote no, then the bill will stand as it is now, which means nothing happens. It's just held and is available for spending. So this removes us, it doesn't remove section 341, it reinstates the original 341. That's what division 1 of this amendment does. Hopefully that.
No,
clears
Mr.
that.
Chairman,
Excuse me, 314. Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Which is Division 1? Is that, or is it the
Yeah.
balance of the amendment?
Excuse me, quickly, what I called as Division 1 is pages 1, all of page 2, all of page 3, all the way down to line on page 428, and then from on page 4, lines 30 through 38. So, Mr. Chairman of Appropriations, I think you had it switched in your mind. You were actually discussing Division number 2.
Yes.
And so we are on Division number 1. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and for Division number 1, I think we ought to support the appropriations.
Point of order, Senator Pappas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's one line missing in your divisions. You said through 28 and then 30 on. But line 29 is, you need to put it in one of the divisions. So,
Line 29 is Division 2.
okay.
I'm sorry. Are we ready for the question? I believe it is a roll call vote. On Division 1.
Excuse me, roll call vote on amendment number 21, Division 1. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman. Aye. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. Aye. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. James. Aye. Kinsky. Aye. Cole. Aye. Cost. Landon. Aye. McCune. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Perkins. Aye. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger.
Aye.
Aye. Cost. Excused.
Excused.
President Dockstader.
Excused.
Excused. Rothfuss. Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed on Division 1 of Amendment 21. 26 aye, 2 no, 2 excused.
Okay, Senator Scott.
Chairman. And I was reluctant to do this, but I think this issue is quite important. I think the chairman of the Appropriations Committee accurately described what would happen if we were to defeat this division. Then that extra money from the 1 cent severance tax would remain available for spending. And frankly, under normal conditions, I would favor what the Appropriations Committee wants to do here, Mr. Chairman. But these are not normal conditions. I think we should not be adding extra beyond the constitutional requirement to our savings account and to the corpus of the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund under the conditions we've got right now. Mr. Chairman, I recall at the Senate, the discussion committee, the whole, on particularly the health department budget and on the family services budget as well. We are cutting way into the services that we really need to provide the citizens of the state. I'm concerned about what we may do to some of our healthcare providers. I'm concerned about what we're going to do to our mental health system. There's a cut in there that I'm very concerned about, that's going to increase our costs. Oh, there's two of them at least. They're going to increase our costs. One, to our efforts to keep people out of the nursing home, and the second, to our efforts to keep our special education spending under control. Mr. Chairman, I do think we need to keep this kind of money available. Hard to justify the level of cuts that we're having to do, and we are having to do in this budget, when we're putting revenue that could be available into the permanent savings account, the permanent mineral trust fund, where we can't get at it. So on and against this particular division.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the amendment. So let's actually walk through what's going to happen. If you vote aye for the amendment, what happens is 50% of the 1% sales tax, which is roughly, let's just use a round number, it's easy to work with, because it changes with the price of oil. Well, let's just say that it's $50 million. And so this year, on an annual, so this year, 25 million of that would flow into the permanent mineral trust fund corpus. That's an investment in the future of Wyoming to be able to fund the future. The other 25% of that will flow into the LSRA, our savings account, and it's still available for expenditures if we need it. Now, that trip happens twice because it's a biennial budget. So this will happen in April, will be the first year. So roughly the numbers that we've been given are somewhere between 96 to $128 million. You separate that out and biennialize that. So April 1st, somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say, $17 million will trip to the permanent savings. $17 million will trip to the LSRA that's on the table for expenditure. Next year we get to this point, it'll do the same thing all over again. So the point being is, Mr. Chairman, even if we adopt this is not diverting all of the 1% sales tax. We've still left 50% of that on the table for expenditure this year and this biennium, the first year of the biennium, because we have not diverted any of that at this point. We'll be back here in December, and if we need to intercept that second year and the whole thing and either direct that someplace else, either leave it in the 1% sales tax, put it into the LSRA, put it into the general fund, that option's on the table. So when you look at the big picture thing, the highest likelihood thing right now is we know that we're going to tip April 1st, which is about a quarter of the biennial amount of the entire 1% severance tax in that account. So that's the net effect of this. As if we adopt this, we're going to be back here again and can revisit. So you really have to ask yourself a fundamental question. Do you want to take a quarter of this during the biennium and invest in the future opportunity in your permanent fund to generate revenue? These are one-time monies, they're severance taxes. Once the mineral's gone, we no longer derive any revenue. Do we have an obligation for future generations? And we're talking right now, this would result in a quarter. We'll have this same discussion next year, Mr. President. So that's the net effect if you adopt this at this point in time. If you reject it, all of that is on the table for expenditure.
Further debate. Senator Scott, for your second time.
Mr. Chairman, and I think we're seeing very clearly what the choice is. We're going to have some hard explaining to do when we get home to our constituents. And this is a magnitude of cuts we're having to do in this budget. We're going to have to say, look, we didn't like it, but we had to do it because we're out of money. And what I'm saying is that argument loses a lot of its credibility when they say, but yes, why did you vote to put some money that traditionally has been flexible between the permanent mineral trust fund, that's where we put it when we can afford it, and spending in the general fund? Why did you vote to put that in permanent savings when you could have used that to alleviate some of these tremendous cuts? And I think that frankly, I don't want to be explaining that one to my constituents. Because I think that's what that extra severance tax income is for, is so we can spend it when we need it. And this is the worst downturn I've seen, or at least the worst I've seen in a long time. I can remember the 82 downturn when it happened when we were in session, and we had to leave a bunch of money just sitting on the table because it wasn't real. That, if anything, was more sudden and worse single shot. But in this case, we do have a lifeline here. We ought to take advantage of it. We ought to be able to tell our constituents, yeah, we did what we could to have enough so we didn't have to do things that were as drastic. I think that'll be a much more credible explanation. So I would urge us to defeat this item in this amendment.
Senator Hicks,
Mr. Chairman,
for your second time.
for my second time. So this is a conversation that you may have to go home and have. In fact, some of us have already had this conversation because we're on appropriations and we understand the impact of that. So let me tell you how the conversation goes back in the coffee shop in Baggs, Wyoming. Why are you not leaving this on the table for expenditures? My conversation is because our general fund generates approximately 25% of all the revenue that funds government today. So if we don't save money, we don't generate money. You don't have money in the future to expend because you're not having the highest principal. Right now, it's been running somewhere around the neighborhood of 2.5% to 5% given the last couple of years. So every year that's in there, it generates that revenue, then it compounds, and there's more available money for the next crisis that we have down the road, because there will be more available money. The other thing, it really comes down to a philosophical discussion. And I think many of us have had these discussions over and over and over again. We're not the last or the first legislature of the state of Wyoming that's going to have to deal with difficult times. There will be future financial downturns. We don't know the magnitude of those. Some will be less, some of them will be greater. That's a fact. Do we, as our generation, deserve not to do the responsible reductions and at the same time try to provide future opportunities for the people of the state of Wyoming? It's a philosophical discussion. Minerals are here one time. If you spend that money, it doesn't generate any revenue for the future. That's, each one of you are going to have to go back and explain that. My tall colleague from Natrona County is exactly right. On and for the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Question being called. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Amendment number 21, Division 2.
Senator Anderson.
We're voting what an aye is and what a nay is, what it does.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we are voting on division number 2 to Senate File 1, amendment number, second reading amendment number 21. If you vote aye, you vote in favor of division number 2. You vote no, you're against it. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The effect of an aye vote is that you will end up with 75% in the LSRA, 25% in the permanent trust fund corpus. If you vote no, it will all stay in the 1% severance tax account, will be available for expenditure.
Will the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call on Amendment 21, Division 2. Anderson?
No.
No. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinsky.
Aye.
Aye. Kolb.
Aye.
Aye. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McCown. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Perkins.
Aye.
Aye. Rothus. No. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott.
No.
No. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstader. Aye.
Okay,
Closing vote. Closing vote closed. On Division 2, ayes 22, noes 8.
Senator Kinsky,
Privilege of the floor.
privilege of the floor.
Our JAC committee chairman is a CPA and a JD and ordinarily a fairly staid fellow. And all of a sudden his phone starts ringing with hard driving ZZ Top and he ran out of the room. So my question is, ZZ Top is the ringtone for whom? Is it the governor or your wife?
Senator Perkins.
It's everybody. Except my wife.
Second reading amendment number 21 to Senate File 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 1. Senator Ellis.
Reading clerk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the reading clerk need to read that in?
Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 1, section 001.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 1 and would ask for the body's favorable condition or consideration. Senators, if you go to your budget bill, you're going to see that on line 8, we would be adding a footnote directing the governor's office to spend this extra $100,000 to address the current zebra mussel outbreak. For the past few days, I've been trying to update this body on what's been going on with the situation, and it sounds like a funny little animal, a zebra mussel, but I can assure you that it's not, and it's causing a great deal of alarm and concern for our leaders in the state. Zebra mussels are aquatic invasive species, and they've had a presence in other parts of the United States, and we've seen the devastation they can cause in all kinds of ways. The study just north to us did a study on what the economic impact would be if zebra mussels were to infiltrate certain areas of Wyoming, such as our state parks, water irrigation systems, our city infrastructure, and it's really damaging. And what happens is these animals, they breed very quickly and they clog your infrastructure, making them very ineffective. And so you can imagine for sprinkler irrigation systems, water treatment facilities, hydropower infrastructure, recreational boaters and users, our fishing industry, and just loss of general revenue from tourism could be very devastating. The study suggests on the low end that if all of those infrastructure elements were touched by zebra mussels, that the impact on the low end would be somewhere in the ballpark of 72 million, and on the high end, 121 million. And so I provided the body with a copy of that over email. And unfortunately, these zebra mussels have appeared in Wyoming, but it's not where you'd find it. As you know, if you're a boater or visit our state parks, there are regulations that require that before you put your boat in the water, that they be inspected to make sure that you're not contaminating those waters. But we're not seeing zebra mussels there yet. Where we're seeing them is in our cities. They've been detected as being sold as a part of your local or your fish aquariums, a decorative item that's placed in there. The presence of those zebra mussels has been found in those very decorative items. And so over the weekend, the Wyoming Game and Fish has started putting out alerts to the public, notifying them that if you have these in your aquariums, that you're to remove the zebra mussels, throw them in the garbage, or excuse me, the decorative moss balls, they're called, into the garbage. You're supposed to boil the water and not even put it down the drain or your toilet for concerns that it will start clogging our city infrastructure. So this is a very serious issue. And so what this would do would allow the governor's office in their contingency fund to have an extra $100,000 that would come from the general fund to really get on top of it, make sure we're educating the public on how to properly identify and dispose of these moss balls that are being found in our state, and also really focus on that city infrastructure. And so with that, I'm sure I'll get a question about why doesn't the Game and Fish just tackle this with existing funds? I've reached out to our Game and Fish department, and as many of you know, they do have an aquatic invasive species program. It costs about $1.3 million annually. Half of that revenue comes from stickers issued by the Game and Fish from boating and outdoor recreation folks. And the rest of it is made up through federal funds and other sources of revenue. There's nothing that goes into that program anymore from the general fund. And so it's really a matter of relying on our outdoor recreation to pay for a problem right now that's appearing to be in our cities. And so that's why you'll see this appropriation coming for the governor's office through the general fund, is because at this point in time, this really isn't just a Game and Fish issue or a state parks issue. It really is one that we're going to try and target and minimize in our towns and our cities. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions by the sponsors. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just rise in support of this amendment. I realize what times we're in and all of the concerns we've got, and we want to try to hold lines and et cetera, et cetera. The chairman of our TRW committee did a great job of explaining what we're up against here. I think all of you old timers know that I've never been very enthralled with this program. And it's not because I don't care deeply about our Game and Fish personnel. It's just the fact that we've just saddled up our sportsmen who happen to own a boat. And that's the only money that we're putting into this program. And that alone is enough to have me vote for this, Mr. Chairman, because I think that we've got to have more skin in the game. These zebra mussels aren't going to just affect boats and the big lakes that we run our boats on. There's potential out there, Mr. Chairman, to affect everything else. And so I think this is a reasonable amount. It may not be enough. If we get an outbreak of these things, we're looking at the millions of dollars range. But this is a modest amount that will allow the governor some discretion to get out ahead of some things. So on and for the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, what are we getting with the 100,000? How do we have an idea how that money is going to be spent to try to mitigate this outbreak? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a really quick question. Where, if any, does the gas tax play in this? Will we divide it up for boating, snowmobile trails, so on and so forth? Thank you.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, just one question. Could these zebras cause the collapse of a irrigation ditch roof?
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment. All good points. The zebra mussels and these aquatic invasive species are very, they have a tendency to ability to do a lot of damage, and particularly and quite frankly, usually find the damage is going to be in irrigation, and you're going to find it in city water intakes and other places like that. They get transferred by various things. They can be transferred in this case where it's probably by aquarium water for pets. So, I guess it's kind of like, folks releasing alligators in Florida, but, eventually you get these invasive species, or not alligators, but rock boas in Florida. It causes a significant amount of problem. So that's not the question. The question is, what do you need, or do you really need this $100,000 increase? The effect of this amendment takes, the governor now has, as of the time that we did the bill, $737,000 in a contingency fund that he can use for this or any other emergency contingency that he needs. The effect of this amendment is that now we'll give him $837,000 to do this. If $100,000 will make the difference in the aquatic invasive species, that will still, and he spends it out of his existing contingency fund. He still has $637,000 to do other contingencies with. So my question, it's a great, the sentiment is wonderful, but why are we increasing a budget that seems adequate to deal with the issue? If this had some zeros behind it, it might be a more interesting discussion, but it's $100,000. And there's adequate money in the contingency fund now. Say even with spending $100,000 for AIS, aquatic invasive species, out of this fund now, it still leaves $637,000 in the contingency fund. Why do we need another $100,000 in the governor's contingency fund? I submit we don't. Vote no.
Senator DeRue.
Thank you. Just to answer the good senator's question about the gas tax. The gas tax that's collected on fuel sales at docks, and all that goes to the department for fixing up ramps and boat ramps and just general thing around that. But these funds don't go for that. Same thing with the snowmobile funds going to trail parks. So do the registration fees.
Any further debate before we go to Senator Ellis for her second time? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great questions. And, I appreciate the Appropriations Committee's defense of the existing funds. I think the concern is, though, what would happen down the road if we're not able to contain this right away, and what other emergencies are out there. And that's kind of why we have this fund to begin with, is we don't know what's on the horizon. I can tell you that, looking at the situation where we have gone in this last year, we've seen all kinds of crazy things happen. And so that's the intent of this, is we see a problem that's immediately in front of us on the horizon. And we hate to just jump in and start using these funds when we're so close to just starting our discussion and our time in using them. And so I think that the underlying issue is one that to the good senator from Natrona County's point about always relying on the outdoor enthusiasts to pay for this cost, I do think we need to have a more comprehensive look at how we tackle aquatic invasive species, because this isn't coming in right now through our boaters. It's coming in from consumer use in our municipalities. And to answer the senator from Sheridan County, how these funds could be used, they're deliberately left to be flexible. But things that I believe would occur would be a large education campaign so that the public is aware. And I think that's the biggest threat, is that if you have this aquarium and you purchase these decorative items for your aquarium, that you're not disposing of them properly. So I'm guessing that there's a lot of efforts to see what we can do to understand where they've been sold and perhaps reach the purchasers of those items. But just to give you a sense of how severe this is, our Department of Agriculture issued a quarantine order. And so by allowing this to go through the governor's office, it affords them the opportunity to work with all the effective agencies. It is Department of Ag, it's Department of Game and Fish, it's a variety of agencies. And so it's appropriately placed in the governor's budget. And just a final point, I do have concerns that if we don't spend this modest amount of $100,000 now, looking at the potential impact of millions of dollars to try and eradicate them from our state, along with the hardship of the damage they cause, this just seems like a very prudent investment in my opinion. So I would urge your aye vote.
We are on second reading amendment number 2. Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? Aye. Aye. French? No. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger?
Aye.
Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. On amendment number 1, 8 aye, 22 no.
Second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 2, section 004.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. Mr. Chairman, our first president, George Washington, said, "A nation is judged by how well it treats its veterans." And these veterans that we're talking about in this bill, we're asking for $1,658,000 to be reinstated into this veterans tax exemption. These veterans are the veterans that went to war who offered their life for their country. They were in World War I, World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. They all qualify for the exemption. And then anyone after that earned a conflict war ribbon for serving in a combat area also qualify. So it isn't all veterans. We have 48,000 veterans in Wyoming, and I don't have the number of how many qualify for this, but it's considerably less than that. In addition, these veterans and their surviving spouse also qualify for the exemption after the veteran passes. The current exemption is $3,000 of assessed value, which is much less than market value. He or she can also use it for license plate. The exemption is about $214 a year on the house and about $80 on veterans plates. It's not much, but it does show the veteran that the country cares. The county gives an exemption and the state reimburses the county. If we reduce this, it reduces the assessed valuation to $2,100 or 70%, which would reduce the veterans' spouses' savings to about $150 a year, and it would remove any savings on vehicle plates. I want to quote Abraham Lincoln also. He addressed this concept in his second inaugural address. To care for him, quote, "to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and orphan." So these kind of things have been going on for a long time. And the veterans don't ask for too much, but they would like to continue to get what they've been getting in the past. So I'd ask that you vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we do love our veterans, and quite frankly, I would very gently push back on my good friend from Natrona County who is also a veteran. We honor our veterans, we appreciate our veterans, and if you go back and look in our recent history, this body has passed a whole series of bills. In fact, usually 2 to 3 a year, providing additional benefits for benefits in armed services, everything from making sure that if one of them transfers in and their wife or their spouse, or it could be their husband, is a CPA or a doctor or something, these licenses come in. We make sure that their kids get educated. We've done all kinds of things to make sure that our veterans are taken care of. And quite frankly, whether you vote for this amendment or not, it does, frankly, doesn't affect the tax exemption. This is about who pays for the tax exemption. So let me say that again. This does not affect the tax exemption. They will get the tax exemption. This is about who pays for the tax exemption. And we took extensive testimony. It's quite a bit of money, but there are lots of them out there. And so it's a little bit of money times a lot of people, it ends up being $1.6 million. So what this is, we didn't cut the whole thing. It's a reduction. Actually, what this does is it increases, this is the amount that's anticipated to be short of the state reimbursing and holding all counties harmless. This is an obligation that actually falls on the counties. And the money that we've appropriated every year for a long time, ever since we had billion-dollar surpluses per year, I think is when this started, that we have provided for this, and the state has paid for this, so it's not an unfunded mandate. And we took extensive testimony on this issue in the appropriations as we worked one of these bills. We had a lot of veterans show up. And as you might imagine, the folks that advocate on behalf of veterans were wildly opposed. But as we talked to individual veterans, they weren't happy about it. But as we talked, and we posed this question to them, and we had about probably 6 or 7 veterans who were advocates, they're just veterans, and they were worried about this. And we posed this question to them. In this budget where we are cutting age, we're cutting developmental disabilities, we're cutting preschool, there's nobody, as we've gone through, escapes this budget. The amount of this reduction to your exemption is about $6 a month. Are you willing to take that $6 a month when everybody else is also taking a cut? And they said, and to a person, with the exception of those who are advocating and get paid to advocate on behalf of veterans, they pretty much said along the lines of, well, we could probably deal with $6 a month, just don't make a habit of it. True veteran, true folks, they understand shouldering the load and paying and doing what they can to help out a tough situation. So again, this is about, and so actually this actually now falls to the counties. If this votes up, the counties will be held whole. If not, the counties will be paying approximately 30% of this year's tax exemption, and the state will be paying 70% of this year's tax exemption. Thank you.
Further comments by the floor? Are you ready for the question? Senator Anderson.
I want to reinforce what the good senator from Casper Creek said. This does leave the counties holding the bag for this 1.6 million. They would still give the exemption, and they just wouldn't get the full redemption from the state. Remember, these are your combat veterans. The counties probably can't afford this 1.6 million any more than the state can, or maybe the state could afford it a little better. So I'd still ask for your positive vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We are on second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call on amendment number 2. Anderson?
Aye.
Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstader? No.
Well, it was close.
Nethercott? No. Closing vote? Closing. Baldwin, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 2, 9 aye, 21 no.
Second reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 1 has failed. This time I would like to recognize the good senator from Laramie County, Senator Nethercutt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Privilege of the floor.
Privilege of the floor granted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, we have with us in the gallery the amazing Leadership Wyoming class of 2021. They are milling about the Capitol today and seeing how we do business. If we can give them a warm Senate welcome, even though they are not the best class, that would be 2017, but they are one of them of 2021. Welcome to the Wyoming Senate.
Welcome to the Wyoming Senate. Leadership Wyoming is an outstanding program, and I think you are learning the ropes of Wyoming, and I appreciate you coming to the Capitol. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 16, corrected copy, section 008.
Senator Boner.
What? 16. Okay.
Senator Boner. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 16. Should be corrected copy to Senate File 1 as for the body's favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this does is a contingent amendment, if you will. It doesn't actually increase or decrease overall expenditures. It deals with the Office of the Public Defender. And all it does basically is it takes if we pass Senate File 150, which would repeal the death penalty. If that bill passes, it's going to take the roughly $1.2 million that's currently in the public defender's office, sitting there waiting for a capital case that may be coming. And it transfers that to the Department of Health for a DD waivers program. So it's contingent upon the passage of death penalty repeal. And we don't need to have that debate here today. We'll have that later.
Senator Nethercott.
It's been my understanding for the day that we're not supposed to reference other bills.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
I do see that it's in the amendment.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that's true in debate, but in this case, you've got to put it in there because it expresses what you're really trying to do, and we have traditionally done this. Mr. President, I don't think there's any problem under either our rules or our customs with this reference.
Senator Boner, would you proceed, please?
Okay, yes, Mr. Chairman. And so that's all it's doing is taking it from that money. It's in the public defender's office now. Obviously, it wouldn't be needed if we pass that so referenced Senate file. And it'll put it towards the DD waivers program. Obviously, when you do that, it's Medicaid. Will receive a matching amount of federal funds. This is a fiscal decision. I'd argue in general, it's a fiscal decision. But right now, the question before us, whether you're for or against the idea of repealing the death penalty, I do believe it's prudent to go ahead and provide some direction as to where those extra funds would go if we do in fact pass that policy. So fairly straightforward. We heard a lot of discussion, I think, as far as the need for some funding to at least help ease the transition as we go through and make these changes to the DD waivers program. So that's where the funds would go. Once again, moving from the public defender to the Department of Health, and of course, receiving a corresponding match from the federal government in the process. So fairly straightforward. Like I said, don't want to get into the debate as to whether it's a good idea, a good policy decision to repeal the death penalty here. But if that does happen, this is where the funds would go if we pass the amendment. I hope to have your support.
Further comments by the committee? One thing I need to announce, senators, there are amendments up here on the table for the corrected copy or other amendments also. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, I'd urge a negative vote. I applaud the intent and the creativity of the bringer of the amendment. But this is not the context to be having a sort of moral equivalence or a kludging together of two highly different debates, one on the death penalty and one on the very difficult decision as to what we should do with our developmentally disabled funding. To say that if the death penalty repeal passes, we're going to take that money, which is held in reserve for county attorneys and prosecuting attorneys if they get a capital case, and contingent on repeal of this other bill, we'll put it towards developmentally disabled adults. I mean, I can see that it's creative. I can see the intent, but let's vote no on this. We are going to debate funding for developmentally disabled adults multiple times throughout the course of the day. Let's just have a clean debate on that issue and vote this one down and move on to the next amendment. Urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments by the floor before we go to Senator Boner for his second. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on for the amendment, I think this is really very much in order. It's a prioritization, and it's particularly a prioritization based on a consideration of if funds are available, subject to the availability of 1.236 million and $218,000, that those funds would be redirected. If not, if an amendment, either this one or one like it, doesn't pass, then it will just sit there. And we know that we're all feeling a painful reality of cuts and are likely to have cuts to the DD waiver program. I applaud the creativity of trying to identify some funds that are effectively a net neutral budget amendment that is contingent upon the passage of another piece of legislation, which will be debated later, and we don't need to do that now. But if that legislation passes, then you end up with an additional $1.23 million going to a program that I think everybody in here very much values. And if that legislation doesn't pass, this does nothing. So as I've said, Mr. Chairman, on this floor before, it either does nothing or it does something good. Vote aye.
Further comments by the floor? Senator Kinski before Senator Boner. Senator
Mr.
Kinski.
Chairman, just briefly, if this bill on death penalty passes, what should happen to those funds is it reverts to the general fund, and then it gets reallocated in the regular budget process. And that's really how we should be doing business. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boner, for your, I'm sorry, Senator Case for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is the budget process. This is a proposal how we handle the budget process. So this is the way we roll. This is a good amendment. It identifies a contingency, and I ask you to support it.
Senator Boner for your second time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate the position of joint appropriations. Of course, that's why we have second and third amendments on this budget bill, so the rest of us can have a say as to how this is spent. I urge you an aye vote if you think that if you think this is worthwhile, as simply trying to solve a challenging issue in a net neutral way, potentially. It doesn't increase obligations to the general fund. It doesn't really do anything depending on other action of this body. I just thought it'd be useful to give everybody else, the other 25 of us who aren't on appropriations, the opportunity to weigh in as to where these funds will go if they become available. Urge an aye vote.
We are on second reading amendment number 16 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please call the roll?
Amendment number 16, roll call. Anderson.
Aye.
Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner.
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. No. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Murphy. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinski. No. Cole. No. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas. Aye. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstetter. No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Amendment number 16, 12 aye, 18 no.
Second reading amendment number 16 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 3, section 11.
Senator Guru.
Bring you, this is Department of Revenue. This is what I lovingly refer to in JAC as the little old lady fund. It's a tax refund program. In the governor's budget, it was cut to zero. It had $2 million in it. This amendment calls to put back in $750,000. So in other words, not to have a 100% cut. Let me tell you just a little bit about this program. It is a tax repayment program or tax refund program. It's a partial refund program. People have to pay their taxes in full each year, and then they apply for a partial refund. This is based on income. It's based on age. It's based on your ability to pay the tax. It's calculated by the Department of Revenue. And I call it my little old lady tax because a lot of folks in my county have bought property way back when land was very inexpensive, which is how we became the 22nd smallest value county in the state. Then over the years, those property values rose. And now a lot of fixed income, older folks with limited means are on properties that are very expensive. So they're like a lot of ranchers. They're land rich and they're cash poor. And so this partial refund program helps them very much. But it's not just in my county. As a matter of fact, in 2018, out of the 1,800 people who applied, 258 were from this county. 135 were from a county in another county in the western part of the state. Up in the Bighorns, 213 people. And in up in the northwest part of the state near one of our great national parks, 147 applicants. In my county, 124. So this program is a partial repayment. As I said, it's income based and it's set by the Department of Revenue. And it's a very small help to people who need it desperately. People who are on fixed incomes, people who have medical bills, who are having to make incredibly tough choices, whether to put food on the table, pay a medical bill, get a prescription filled, and pay their taxes. They're making, and in this time of COVID and other strains on their personal pocketbooks, it's even more precious right now. So it's a small putback, but I would urge your support. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
On and regretfully against the amendment, this is a program that folks was in a downturn in the not too recent past was zeroed out. And then some more money was put back into it. And now we're going to go through the pain of all that debate again. Let's review what the program is. I will concede that in all parts of the state, but most particularly in the bringer of the amendments part of the state, there is an issue in terms of property taxes and the rate of growth. And perhaps there's a solution locally where the reserves are good because of the run up in the real estate values. The question is whether this is the answer on a statewide basis. So first of all, this program is not means tested. What does that mean? It means that you don't have to be of low income stature in order to qualify for it. Second, there is a remedy. And that remedy is that if you feel that the taxes are too onerous, you can defer them. You can defer them indefinitely and it becomes a lien on your home. So that when you pass and the home goes to your children or it gets sold, the taxes get paid. Now, nobody takes advantage of that. Why is that? Because they want to leave the home free and clear to their kids. But this is really an intergenerational transfer. What we're doing is benefiting that next generation. So that the analogy was to the rancher. The rancher's land rich and cash poor. Well, we don't give ranchers a chance to not pay their taxes, stack it up on the ranch, and then their kids pay it when they inherit it. These homes, so you've got a home that maybe cost $40,000 when they moved into it after the war, and now maybe it's worth $500,000 or in some areas $1.5 million. So there certainly is the means, and the means is defer the tax, put it on the home, and then the tax get paid upon your demise. It's a win-win because you can still stay in the home. You're not forced out of it by the taxes. You're not forced to buy cat food or to pay the heating bill instead of the taxes. You can stack the taxes up on the, and then they're recovered after you're gone. So it's a painless way to deal with it. But these kind of programs, you know, this is why I opposed bringing this back the last time. It is so painful to zero these things out every time. They come in when we're rich and we got to take them out when we're broke. And that's where we are. We have got to stop funding this program and allow them to use the tax deferral option. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments by the floor before we go to Senator Guru for his second time? Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just reading here from the Department of Revenue website. What is it said? You must own your own home. You must have paid your 2019 taxes. Your personal assets cannot exceed $122,746,000. You may deduct the value of your home from that. Your household income is equal to or less than the greater of 3/4 of the median household income for the state or county in which you reside. Then they actually, as I was told by the Department of Revenue, they ask for tax returns, and they do evaluate based on medical payments and other criteria that they have a formula for. So it is tested to a point. And once again, if it was not 100% cut, I wouldn't be asking, but 750,000 down from a $2 million cut is, and I urge your aye vote. Thank you.
Second reading amendment number 3 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk call the roll?
Amendment number 3, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Aye. Baldwin. No. Whitman. No. Boner. No. No. Bouchard. No. Case. No. Cooper. No. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Baru.
Aye.
Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Cole. No. Cost. No. Landon. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas. No. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstetter. No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Amendment number 3, 7 aye, 23 no.
Second reading amendment number 3 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 4, section 15.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1. Folks, gathered up a little more information on this since we have last discussed matters. Here's where we're at. The Office of the AG, like other agencies, they brought their budget cuts through to the good members of committee too. Now, their office proposed giving up 6 positions, and during budget markup, 2 additional positions were cut. These right now are filled positions that were cut. With this elimination of 2 additional positions, we have some concerns that the Office of Attorney General will not be able to take on some of the battles that are just on the horizon. Now, to be specific about these 2 positions, these are actually natural resource positions. And those are the battles that we're going to be having. We want to have access to our resources and use them and sell them and make this all a part of a viable economy in Wyoming. But it appears we're going to have some legal help, maybe here and maybe for the coming few years. Right now, folks, there are 33 active natural resource cases in the works. This isn't a good time to go back and pull these positions, so technically they're already there. We're just asking that you continue that support so we can continue our legal battles with the current situation we have, if I may say, with what we foresee coming in the next few years. Ask for your support.
Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a quick question. Don't remember from my 4 years ago on appropriations. What kind of a staff do we have in the Attorney General's office? I don't remember how many attorneys we've got over there. Thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I guess you know who drew the short straw when you got to get up and tell the president of the Senate that you folks need to vote no. I'm going to be running out of here quickly, Mr. Chairman, but you know, this is the consequences of drawing straws. So to answer my colleague from Natrona County, we're not empathetic to the need for attorneys in the Attorney General's office. And we do know that there's going to be probably some ongoing need for some attorneys. When we went through this and we did the budget markup, one of the concerns that comes up to directly answer the question, we started out with 105 full-time legal staff in the Attorney General's office and the law office. There was a reduction of part-time employees and then a reduction of 5 full-time. That was in the governor's recommendations. Net, by the time we get done with the JAC's actions, we're going to have, rather than 109, including the part-times, 103. Full-time, currently 105, 100. So it's a net reduction of 5 full-time and 1 part-time employee in the Attorney General's office. Still leaves 103 people, staff in the law division. And we're not empathetic, and we do think that there's going to be a need, but what we'd like to do is wait, see what kind of actions are needed in the very short term, because we're going to be back down here redoing this budget in December. Is when your JAC will be meeting, going back over and reviewing all this information. At that point in time, we'll have real numbers to work with as to what, it may be 3 or 4 positions we need to put back in the AG's office, or we may find out, well, that the AG can move some of these staff around, tap into the expertise of the 100 and some 5 people that they have in that office and be able to fill the gap for 9 months. We just ask you to defeat this motion. Let's come back and revisit it. And I'm just going to tell you, the single biggest cost of government, as we all know, is people. And this is not necessarily, you got to be strategic. This was a cut we thought we could take. Mr. Chairman, let's reevaluate this in a very short period of time that we'll be down here and see what the real need is. Thank you.
Senator Driscoll, and then Senator Cooper.
Quick, I think this is one that we kind of need to support. This is a fellow that happened to cut about 450, 500 million out of our budget. Did it for us, did it willingly, and came back and said, I'd like to have a tiny little piece back. We took 2 positions, one of them, which I believe had been filled. And I think it's a real need. And at this time, my belief is we do need to be fighting these battles. It's a wise investment, and now is the time. And we're asking to vote aye.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As opposed to my good senator to the immediate east here, I'm going to take this opportunity to suck up a little bit, but
You're doing well, Senator. Very well.
I think the positions we're talking about are going to be too critical with the ongoing things that are coming. We have the potential to, and this hurts me deeply, to hire 2 lawyers to potentially make hundreds of millions of dollars back to the state. I think this is a good investment, and I stand for the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Dockstader for your second time.
Thank you. I remind you, 33 active natural resource cases in the works right now. These 2 positions were cut. They're already in the system. Folks, the battles we face over the next, if I would say, 4 years are so crucial to this state. The hundreds of jobs, the tax revenue, the battle now, in my opinion, moves into the courts. I ask for your support.
We are on second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please call the roll?
Roll call on amendment number 4. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstader?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Perkins, no to aye. Whitman, aye to no. Anderson? No to aye. Nethercott, no to aye. Landon, no to aye. Closing vote? Ellis, no to aye.
Hicks, no to no.
Hicks, no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Amendment number 4, 14 aye, 16 no.
Second reading amendment number 4 to Senate File 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 5, corrected copy, section 24.
Senator Steinmetz. I'm sorry, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move second reading amendment number 5 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, this just goes into state parks and cultural resources and makes sure that we are not using funds to support news services. It doesn't mean advertise, it just means support. So there might possibly be a nonprofit news service out there that we're supporting through this agency. And I feel that with taxpayer dollars, we need to be careful about that. So advertising is one thing, support's another. I'd ask for your favorable consideration on the amendment.
Further comments, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in this body, we've had a great discussion about using government dollars to support news services. So I am a little confused about this limitation. Certainly if an agency or this agency in particular is wanting to take out an ad in a local paper advertising a major event at one of the programs or for one of the programs supported by state parks, I think that that would be consistent with our what we've authorized in the past and certainly in other areas. And so that is the question is why the limitation on news service, advertising is advertising. So I don't know the purpose of this. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what this is actually intending to prohibit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think I understand where this amendment intends to go, but I'm just not sure it gets there. I'll take you right to line 3. Granted, transferred, or expended for the support of any news service. Advertising does support the news service. And I guess my concern is that, our state parks, cultural resources, it's very important for them to get the word out to our public as to what's going on with respect to camping spots and our lakes and our trails. And information regarding, what they need to do to get a sticker, for a snow machine or whatever it is. This may not quite get there, and we might be able to do that on third, but I think support of a news service, if you're buying advertising with that service, you are supporting that news service. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further debate by the floor before the senator takes her second. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just neither for or against the amendment. But just as you look at this is an example of a bill that, or excuse me, of an amendment that doesn't affect spending. It doesn't really affect the budget. So quite frankly, you vote how this is kind of extraneous to the bill, and some amendments are like that. There's amendments that come out where you can do certain things or restrict certain things, and so this doesn't really increase spending. It doesn't decrease expenditures, and so anyway, I'll just leave it at that, and I think that this is when you look at this and you think about this and you vote on what you think the merits of this amendment are. I think I'm intending to vote yes, but again, I think this is a personal vote and does not really increase or decrease any expenditure of funds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the intent here. I'm just going over this wording, and like my good colleague from Casper pointed out, this may cause some problems with promoting something very specific to what this agency has oversight of. I understand exactly where the sponsor's coming from. Just a little concerned that it may be a little too broad a little too broad in the language. So I do have some concerns with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the concerns of the president that this might be overly broad, and if in the final speech I could actually understand a little bit better what we're trying to solve, excuse me, what we're trying to solve, what the ill is or circumstances that this amendment is being brought to address. I don't perceive a problem here that it's trying to solve. And then if this is attempting to solve something, it certainly seems like a broad approach to the solution. So maybe there is a better third reading amendment out there that narrows it, or honestly, maybe we don't need it at all, Mr. Chairman. So I'd look for a little more information and guidance on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the good debate on this. You have exposed some errors with my amendment. And so I would like to withdraw that and bring it back on third reading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Second reading amendment number 5 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 6. Senator Perkins.
The floor.
Privilege of the floor granted.
Thank you. Not on the last amendment, but the one before that. I just want to thank the body for saving from myself. So thank you. I appreciate that.
The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 6, section 27.
You have heard the reading of the amendment. Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1. Fellow senators, this takes you into the state construction department, that budget, and it represents an amount that is needed for us to carry out some statutes that we have in place, which requires our state construction department, specifically the school facilities division, to go out and each and every 4-year period of time to go out and assess those buildings. The idea is to achieve a product that is objective and defensible and allows us to make good policy decisions with respect to how much we provide help to those school districts out across the state. As I mentioned, statutes direct us to do this. And what we have done over the past 4 or 5 years through our appropriations process, we used to set aside funds every year so that we had this amount of money sitting there each and every 4 years to go out and do this assessment. We did not do that this time, and so we have to put a budgeted amount in place. It is represented, Mr. Chairman, and I tread cautiously here, but I believe that there is a bill which contains this amount. But the co-chairman and I felt like this might be a more appropriate venue for this particular expenditure, to put it in the budget bill. And the reason, in part, is that we've tried to work on our select committee to figure out how we can do these sorts of things that are going to be bid out and not tip our hand. I believe that we can hopefully spend a little bit less money than has been spent in the past. So that's why we put this amount in there. We budget a little bit more than in the past. 3.5 million is the one 4 or 5 years ago. This time we're going to ask for that third leg of assessment on all those buildings. We talked about that the other day, the suitability piece. And so that's why what is represented in this amount. But one way or the other, fellow senators, we need to pay for the study. I would advocate for the study simply because we've got to make good decisions. And that doesn't matter if you're at the major maintenance level, if you're at the component level, or if you're all the way up to a level where we're looking at maybe building another grade school someplace. We've got to know what we've got out there. And this objective report allows us to do that. So I hope you'll support the amendment to the state construction department. Thank you.
We're on second reading amendment number 6. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. And fellow senators, it seems that we have a process of how we do these things, and it might have been disrupted a little bit in our assessments this year, but certainly our budgeting process was not disrupted. And so we spend a lot of time. This is in the state construction department, and as we did the agency review, there was no mention of this. When we were in the joint appropriations committee, there was no mention of this. And so this has just kind of come upon us by a bit of a surprise. We do have a contingency fund in the state construction department, Mr. Chairman. And as you remember, that department was integrated from A&I and school facilities and made our state construction department. And so usually those are where those funds are found. And so I'm a little bit perplexed as to why this is not in the CapCon bill, why it's in the budget. And so maybe the good senator, my good fellow senator, could tell us about that, and why, and maybe just give us a little more information about why we need this as a budget footnote. And so, and as he referenced, we've had this conversation. I think it's going on in the other chamber a little bit as well, and or maybe even possibly in a different bill rather than in the budget. And so a couple of questions, but opposed to the amendment. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just a general announcement for all my Cowboy friends. The Wyoming Cowboys men's team defeated San Jose State 111-80. The boys were on fire. Senator Cooper, I believe, and then to Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little clarification from someone who listens a little faster than I do. This $6 million does not affect the cuts that were made in Amendment 21 and Section 313. Is that correct?
Senator Rothfuss and then Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to address the good senator from appropriations question about why this wasn't in the school facilities bill, as a member of the school facilities committee, I have no idea. It should have been. I don't know how we didn't end up getting this in that budget. This is a statutory requirement. It should have been a part of that bill, that legislation, and part of that budget request. We know that we're obligated statutorily to fund this amount, and I don't recall any discussion where it was brought in their budget request, and we certainly didn't review it through that. I'm going to support this amendment, but at the same time, I think I'm going to support us trying to figure out how to get it remedied elsewhere, and then maybe some language on third reading here that will self-remove if we can get that done, because I think it's more appropriate in the legislation that's specific to the school facilities budget. But we have to fund this. It's statutorily required, and we really need to recognize that this is something that, as a body, we have written into statute. If we don't like funding this, or if we want to fund it less often, which I honestly think we're probably at a point where that's not a bad idea, but that's a bill. That takes a little bit of legislation to get that done, and I think it's a reasonable bill. At this point, I'd urge the body to support the good chairman, this bill, this amendment, because it needs to be reflected somewhere that we need to budget for this. And then, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to take a little time and reflect and circle up a bit, try and figure out if there's a more elegant way for us to approach it, based on the concerns expressed by the good senator from appropriations. So on and for, but maybe we've got a little more work ahead. Thank you.
Senator Scott. And then
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Kinsky.
on and against the amendment. Mr. Chairman, this is a further illustration of the trouble we're in the education area. We can't afford this. This is a drop in the bucket compared to what this amendment will eventually generate. If we don't do something, this program's going to bust us, if nothing else will. Mr. Chairman, I think that we've got adequate funding for the things we've got to do for the next year. I think we can put this off, and don't be fooled by the fact this comes out of a non-general fund source. We take this out of this source, we'll need to backfill because we'll have more obligations spending than I think the account that this draws from can possibly bear. So look at it as, I would urge you to look at it as if it were a general fund appropriation. It's time we did something radically different, and defeating this amendment is a first step. Frankly, I think we're throwing good money after bad in this situation.
Senator Kinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On against the amendment, and to follow up with my colleague from Lingle on the Appropriations Committee and my friend from Bates Creek. If you'll recall the long-term fiscal profile that we received from LSO after the 2021 Craig, they showed out we're one biennium away from not only not building any new schools, having $0 to maintain the schools that we've got. So when we were in Appropriations Committee with the construction folks in front of us, as my colleague from Lingle pointed out, they didn't ask for this because our focus was on the list we have now. We have a list now of stuff we can't do. And in fact, what we ended up doing is taking projects from the list we have now and postponing them. One, well, you know the one, it's the oldest elementary school in the state. I think it was built during the Great Depression. I think Moses built it, and you went there. Well after Moses. He's my roommate, so I can talk that way. And another one, it's an auditorium that's on the list. It's the two of the highest priorities on the list. We had to postpone them just to try and take care of the high priority maintenance projects that we've got now. So you're right. We need to be able to keep this list up to date, but we need to be able to fund it too. So we could have this list today for $3 million. We wouldn't know what to do with it. So I'd say let's put this off and see what capital construction has, what options we have a year or two or three from now to be able to resume with the needs of our school CapCon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the good senator here answered my question. I sorted out where we were in regards to Amendment 21. The school he's referring to, and my mother started first grade in it. My grandsons are graduating from it. And the point of it is, it's still adequate. These kind of expenditures can be slid back a little further. I'd rather put the money into the DD waivers, things of that nature that really need funds right now. Thank you very much, sir.
Further comments, Senator Hicks, before Senator Landon takes his second.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of points here. We do have in statutes that say you're supposed to fund certain things, but that's why we have an appropriations process in the budget. And then we go through and we analyze, comes to the appropriations committee, we look at it, we try to balance all those needs and we come up with a number. $6 million wasn't the number that came to your appropriations committee. But Mr. Chairman, just for everybody's edification, currently in this account, as it sits today, there's $2 million. And in the contingency fund within the agency, there's an additional $4 million. And so it's not like there's not money there. We would just be adding more to it. And I would concur with my colleague from Natrona County. The demand's going to get up, is going to get bigger. But at this point in time, we've got a little money in there to keep the wheels going and the machine greased and going. Just don't know that we need the additional $6 million. We'll revisit this here in just a few months, and we'll try to get that up to an appropriate level to make sure that we do the reconnaissance of our school building. So on and against the amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Any further comment? Anybody for their second time? Senator Landon for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I appreciate all of the viewpoints shared, but I do want to just push back a little bit. The former chairman of the Appropriations Committee served on the select committee with us throughout the last interim. And you might recall that we did bring this issue to the Appropriations Committee, the Joint Appropriations Committee, and we talked about it. The co-chairman and I indicated that because we had not set this money aside, that we were faced with this. That rattling that you hear back here, that's the can that's already been kicked down the road. We've already waited an additional year from doing this assessment now. And it's all fine and good. We can certainly back this thing up. Regarding whether or not it's a good idea or not, I think I'd feel a lot more comfortable, Mr. Chairman, if we have a decent assessment of what we've got out there in those 1,300 plus buildings, coming back to you and making a recommendation as to whether we fix something or not. When do we do that? Well, maybe every 10 years. I don't know. We can certainly put this off, but it does say in the statute that we ought to do it just so we make good policy decisions. Regarding whether or not we keep this program is not the cost driver. We can turn down whatever we want to turn down when it comes to us. All this does is make recommendations along the way. We should spend X amount on major maintenance. We ought to maybe fix this school over here or build a new one where we've got growth and capacity problems. That's really all that does. And then it comes here to the Wyoming Senate and we look at each other and say, can we afford it? Maybe not. And to my good friend from the Bighorn Basin, we can run an amendment on third reading that says, we don't need to do a grade school today. We can put that into the developmental disabilities list or wherever and not build anything. We could stop the construction on an addition over on the western side of the state to a middle school or not plan a new grade school in that growing county where the big pass is. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, up or down on this amendment, at some point, we probably ought to go back out there and assess buildings. Thank you.
We're on second reading, amendment number 6 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please call the roll?
Amendment number 6, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McCowen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. Amendment number 6, 3 aye, 27 no.
Second reading amendment number 6 to Senate File 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1. Senator Pappas.
Mr. Chairman, may I have the privilege of the floor?
Yes, you may.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have a second group of Leadership Wyoming folks visiting us, and they're in the gallery today. If they will please stand, we welcome them, the best class of this year, right? Hey, welcome them. Please stand.
Welcome to the Wyoming Senate. We are debating the budget bill and we are on second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendments?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 7, section 42.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 7 to Senate File 1. I'm a little reticent to do this. That's 6 in a row, I think, that we've defeated. I don't know. What we're asking for in the geologic survey is another $130,000 to increase the positions by 1 so that we can add hydrogen to the elements that they're studying and promoting and trying to work with. In a case that it's not expended, of course, it'll be reverted in 2 sections there would be reverted. But these full-time positions would perform the work in footnotes 1 and 2 of this section, which are the work they're doing with all the elements that we're trying to promote in Wyoming at this time, which of course hydrogen now is a big one for us because the world seems to be turning to hydrogen and we can make hydrogen out of natural gas quite easily. So we're trying to promote hydrogen study more than we have in the past. So I ask for your positive vote for this simple little bill. Thank you.
Comments by the floor. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hydrogen, something I've been beating on the table for quite a while. To produce hydrogen, we burn natural gas, and the byproducts from burning that natural gas are hydrogen, nitrogen, CO2, and water. We've got the CO2 capture programs working really good for us. We're ready to go forward with that. I think that promotes enhanced oil recovery, which brings money to the state. The hydrogen technology is moving forward around the world at a breakneck speed. We need to be clear to the very front of it as fast as we can get there. So 1 position for $130,000 is not near enough, but it's somewhere where we need to go. We need to go there now. Thank you, sir.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's with a deep abiding respect and excitement for hydrogen and rare earth technologies, and a deep-seated need to be careful about the budget, I would like to divide the amendment. All
Please
set?
proceed.
Okay. Division number 1 is lines 3 through 8 and lines 27 through 29. Division 2.
Oh, hold it. You want to repeat that?
I'm sorry? Repeat that? You want me to repeat Division 1?
Yes.
Well, 26 is a blank line. Whoop. 24.
Senator Perkins.
Yes, it's 25 to 30. The division. You need to pick up that page 36 after line A.
I'm sorry. So can I do that again?
Please do.
Okay. Division 1, line 3 through 8 and 25 through 30. Division 2, lines 1 and 2 and lines 9 through 24.
That appears to be divisible. You want me to restate that again for everybody?
Please.
The division is, or Division 1 at line 3 and line 8. That is the first part to Division 1. The second part to Division 1 is lines 25 through 30. Division 2 is lines 1 and 2, and then lines 9 to 24. Does everybody have that? Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is 31 and 32. Do they go with both of them? Do they go with one of them? What's the situation with those two?
I would say that that just renumbers the totals as necessary. So we can put it, doesn't matter where it's at. I don't believe. Senator Drew, we are on division number 1. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Usually with that 31 and 32, we basically say that it goes with either division or both.
We will make that so. On Division 1, we have lines 3 through 8 and lines 25 through 30 and 31, 32. Division 2 is lines 1 and 2 and lines 9 through 24 and lines 31, 32. We are on division number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against Division 1, this just cuts out the FTE and cuts out the $130,000. And we feel that there is adequate resources in the department to be able to handle this at this time. And that is why we're taking that line out. And once again, this is one of those where we are going to be back in 9 months going over this again. And for now, we feel that is the prudent way to go. So on and against Division 1.
Anybody for their second? Senator Rothfuss, or first, this is your first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For my first time, I think and honestly, since we've just divided it, everybody gets the reset button pushed. I'm actually a little confused, and I realize we're on Division 1, which I do understand, but even to vote on Division 1, in the original explanation, it's a little bit unclear to me why we're doing Division 2 and reinstating all of the previous language. And so the question I have while we're on Division 1 is what's going on in the absence of this amendment with the FTEs based on the existing state of statute or existing state of the budget bill with the strikeouts that would be in place for the lines 15 through 25, page 35, which would be reinserted. Did all of that already take place or something, and therefore it's not needed? If I could get a little bit better understanding before I vote on 1. And then the final point I'll say is, or ask a question. Did Geological Survey ask for a position because they enthusiastically wanted to work on hydrogen? Because as a chemical engineer, I can say this isn't where I'd put this position. Hydrogen would be a great thing to work on, but I don't know why we would be adding to the Geological Survey a person to do hydrogen work. I can pick about 10 other agencies that I'd probably give that position to work on hydrogen before I would get to, well, and let's give one to the Geological Survey. So was that an ask? Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're on Division 1. And so what this does, and to go back, there were the governor's recommendation and the Department of Geological Survey offered up 3 positions. So the governor's recommendation, the department's recommendation, because the governor asked them to, and the governor's recommendation was to take 3 positions. So that's the current status of the bill. As in addition, what happened in all this was that in taking those 3, then the footnotes 1 and 2 in the budget were stricken out, and most of those had to do with geologic surveys regarding rare earth minerals and other items, and so those were stricken out with the removal of those 3 individuals. So Division 2 removes the ability or removes the reinstatement of that 1 position. I think that one of the 3 positions was filled at the time it was cut, and that person's already gone. That position is vacant. My understanding is that person has been riffed from state government. And so that's what Division 1 does. Division 2 goes back, and I know we're on Division 1, but Division 2 essentially reinstates the rare earth minerals directions to the Geological Survey to go back and start doing those rare earth minerals and those types of things, and so they're doing geologic survey for these types of things, which may include, in this case, would be including hydrogen or other, which is hydrogen are obviously not a rare earth mineral because it's one of the most plentiful things that exist in nature, but it just goes back and says, go back and continue the efforts to move in the direction that we talked about. So but anyway, we're on Division 1. And so basically we're splitting out the mission from that this amendment has from the money and the reinstatement of this position. Division 1 removes the position and would continue to ask you to vote against Division 1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments before Senator Anderson takes his second? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second time on Division 1. That helps. So my understanding then is that 3 positions were cut. This would give one of those back. Because the 3 positions were cut, the guidance related to rare earths was eliminated since there was nobody there to do it. By putting this back, Division 2 would reinsert the mission and then add to that mission hydrogen, but we would have 1 person instead of 3 that would be there to do that mission, assuming that we support Division 1. And I think that's then the purpose of Division 1. I'm getting a head nod from the good chairman of appropriations. I think I now know what's going on, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else before Senator Anderson takes his second? Senator Perkins.
Thank you. And so, there were 21 positions. There are still 18 positions in the Geological Survey. It's never been a very big department. They do great work. And so again, I think it's not that there's nobody to do the work. There may have to be a reorientation and direction and some prioritization of the work that's been done. But these folks help simply help with economic driver and so that we keep a survey and an inventory of what exploitable minerals we have, whether they're rare earth minerals, whether they're hydrocarbons, whether they're whatever. And they do that across the state, and that's very helpful as we look and manage and try and manage our natural resources, particularly those that are extractive. And so anyway, would ask you again, would encourage you to defeat Division 1 of this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Anderson for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would encourage you to vote for Division One. Division One is putting one person back into the geologic survey. It's not much money, probably not enough to hire him, but at least some money to work on the hydrogen and the rare earths that we have in Division Two now, which should be in Division Two, but should be with Division One. But Division One puts that person back in there. We have a huge need right now in the state of Wyoming for studying and surveying our rare earths and our hydrogen. Those two are on the United States list of resources that they need more of, and they're trying to figure out what to do with them. We're going to have some great opportunities in those two to be able to put people to work and utilize some of our resources. So I'd like to have you vote for Division One to put a person in there to study that. Thank you.
We are on second reading amendment number 7, division number 1 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call. Anderson.
Aye.
Aye. Baldwin. No. Whitman. No. Boner.
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard. No. Case. No. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. No. Ellis. No. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Cole. No. Cost. No. Landon. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas. No. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstader. No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On Division 1, 5 aye, 25 no.
Second reading amendment number 7, division number 1 has failed. We are on division number 2. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for Division 2, and I think the operative parts there is if you look on line 9, you can go back to your budget, reinstates all those stricken language on page 35, lines 15 through 25. And then you drop down to line 18, which references page 6, lines 1 through 8, reinstate that stricken language as well. And if you look back on your budget on page 35 and 36, you'll read that and see why that needs to be back in along with the rest of this. So I urge an aye vote on section 2.
Further comments by the floor? There is no money involved, and so I think a voice vote is appropriate. All those seeing no one wishing to speak, all those in favor of second reading amendment number 7, division number 2, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The next, so let's see, second reading amendment number 7, division number 2 has passed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 17, section 48.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed if I stand just right, you can't see me. Thank you.
Got a goalpost between us.
You know, I'm feeling a little bit like when I played high school football a couple of years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. And that's how I felt when I played high school. I feel a little bit like when I played high school football a couple of years ago. And that was, I always thought I wanted to be a halfback. And part of that drill was they lined up a gauntlet of 6 or 7 guys and you had to run down the middle of them. Well, they beat you up. As a 150-pound scrawny guy, I got beat up a lot. And I changed my position. I became a wide receiver where I could run away from them a little bit easier. That's kind of the way I feel now. There's only 5 people in the gauntlet. And I feel like they're all at least 300-pound gorillas, and I'm still 150 pounds. I wish. I move Second Amendment, Second Amendment, amendment to Senate File 1. And I'll keep this simple so we don't get beat up in the gauntlet too much. And that is, this bill chiefly addresses two things. In the first part, it addresses the Department of Health and the Department, actually in the Department of Health. The second part is in the Department of Family Services. It addresses a number of areas, and you can read through your amendment and see exactly where it hits and where it puts money back in. The chief points that I'd like to hit is the developmental disability. We've talked about it a lot. I see we're going to talk about it a lot more, even after I sit down and the gauntlet continues. The second part is mostly, I want to emphasize the home services, trying to keep these people that are at home and we're providing the services to keep them out of the nursing homes. And I think that this is something that if we don't do it, I think that we've got a long road ahead of us. I think we got some bigger costs. And this is a severe blow quite suddenly, although we've been talking about budget deficit for a long time. I think this specific group is going to get hit pretty hard. As a good president talked about yesterday, we don't know what the costs are down the road, I suspect, and we think we might know what they are, but I think they're higher than we think they might be. And I think that those costs are going to come back to bite us. I think as a halfback, I'm going to have to stay in that gauntlet. We're going to get beat up pretty good because some of those people have to move into the nursing homes. Some of those developmentally disabled kids or adults that have to move out of those group homes, and there's not a good place for them to go. Their parents can't take care of them at home, and there's not a good place. I think they're going to end up in our emergency rooms. I think they're going to end up where our other facilities, the state training facility, our state hospital are already quite full, and there's just not a good place for them. We already struggle with that. And I think that there's a severe cost. I won't belabor the point of going through these. There's a cost to it. It's a big money issue. I would say vote it up, vote it down, but I think as my responsibility as the chairman of Labor and Health, I think that we need to point this out that there's a big cost, and I think the cost is bigger than what any of us think it might be. And I hate to see that cost, but I'm afraid we're going to find out. So I would encourage your aye vote on this amendment.
Comments by the floor? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. As tough as this vote is going to be for us, as has been on the bill, if we put this money back, we're going to be back here next year and we'll be ripping the Band-Aid off again and again each year afterwards. At most, what we're going to get out of this is a one-year reprieve. Let's look at where the money's coming from. First, federal funds. Well, the federal funds match our funds. Where are those funds coming from? Line 6, $12 million, that comes out of S10. That's the Legislative Stabilization Reserve. We're taking it out of savings. We're funding an ongoing program out of savings. Line 11, other funds, increase amount by $750,000. S10. S10 is the LISRA. We're going to fund an ongoing program out of the Legislative Stabilization Reserve. Line 16, again, 1.3 million out of S10, out of savings. So the money's coming out of savings for an ongoing expense, which in and of itself is, I mean, you can do it, but it's not real well advised to do it that way. And then the instruction to the department is come back every biennium after this and ask for the money again. And so the money that's being asked for is the restoration of a broad swath of reductions that have been recommended to us by the department and the governor in response to the fiscal crisis. So on page 2, line 1, Romanet little I, is out of home placements for children. This is one that the Department of Family Services said they thought they could make this up by closely monitoring the placements, monitoring the length of service, the length of time children are placed, and negotiating contracts. So the department feels like they can handle this one. Line 6, Romanet 2, this is restoration, at least in part, of vision and dental services, which is an optional service. We're not required to provide it by the government. Line 10, Romanet 3, this is a full restoration of chiropractic services at the Wyoming Life Resource Center. Line 14, Romanet 4, $6 million developmental disability waiver. I'm not sure where this money goes because the line here, it might be reversing provider cuts. It might be reversing the wait list, but it puts back a good portion of the governor's cut. Line 19, Romanet 5, reverses provider fee cuts. Line 24, Romanet 6 is restores the provision of free drugs to, I think, 73 private clinics that the department said could buy the drugs and then bill for them. Line 27, Romanet 7 is reversing the governor's reduction to the WISE program completely. And what the governor had done, the department of the governor had done, is there was a reduction in the program in step 2, and that was phased in over the course of the biennia to give the senior programs a chance to not remove people from the rolls, but wait for the rolls to wind down without enrolling new people. So there wouldn't be disruption of current service. That they did it in a way that would allow people, I think a third of the population turns over every year. And so their phase 2 reductions were phased in over a period of time. And then phase 3 just finally ends the program. So this is just extending the program beyond the orderly phase out that the department had structured. Page 3, line 1, Romanet I is reversing provider rate cuts for Department of Family Services, group homes, residential treatment facilities. And then line 6, Romanet 2 actually is restoring all the cuts to the community juvenile justice boards and actually giving them an increase. The amount of the governor's reduction was $557. This is a restore of $600,000. So this is a pretty dramatic amendment. And it's you know, the money's not going to be there next year. The department's trying to walk this stuff down, and I'd say let's stick with the governor's rec and vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would ask us to vote for this amendment. And the reason I'd like us to vote for the amendment is I don't think the cuts here have been that well thought out. And Mr. Chairman, and I've heard from a lot of these folks, I'm pretty familiar with this population. I think the Senate, a lot of the senators remember I'm the guardian of a person that's a resident of the Life Resource Center, Mr. Chairman, and that is the proper name, Life Resource Center. We changed it a long time ago. It's not the training school anymore. There's a rating scale that rates how severe people, human beings are with disabilities. And sort of the higher end, it's based on the needs that someone needs. Like the highest is a 6, I think. I may have that quite a little bit wrong, but 6 is very intensive levels of care. Incredible. My guy's a 6. Matthew's a 6. I'll just use his first name. He's it's institutional care, but it's excellent care, and it's care in an environment that's smaller than some community programs. And I'm very happy to have Matthew there. But there are people that are 6s out in the community. There are people at 6s where families take care of them, or providers take care of them. And what's happened is the proposed cuts have wound through. They're kind of hitting everybody like sledgehammers. Instead of really thinking of the scales and the amount of needs, they've hit like sledgehammers. And people that are really intensively needs are really being affected by this. We need to take time and rethink this scale. And as I've talked to folks that were involved in these cuts, they agree that we have rushed these cuts, and we really need to think about them in terms of the actual needs of the folks that are receiving these services. And just to talk about these services, everybody says dental care. Well, that's an optional service. You have no idea how important dental care is to the systemic health of a human being. Dental health is connected to your heart, your blood, and how healthy you are otherwise. And a series of maladies could come from bacteria on your teeth. Look it up. It's incredible. You get good basic dental care, you have better health outcomes for people. Can you imagine having bad teeth and suffer? I mean, come on, we're modern. We can do something about this. It's not easy to provide dental care for someone that has profound disabilities, you know, but it's an area where it's not a lot of money and it'll help a lot of people a lot. With regards to chiropractic services, a lot of these folks, they're not mobile, the ones with the higher rating. They have scoliosis or different spinal and bone conditions that cause pain and suffering. You know, these kind of services are basic services to human beings that make their lives marginally better. God forbid that anybody would have you yourself would have the challenges in your life that these people have, or the challenges that their caretakers have. And so the reason this is temporary and it's kind of a stopgap is because we haven't thought this through. We have not thought this through. We've rushed it in without looking at the ratings and really the cost effectiveness of things like dental and other services. So I urge your support. I thank you in there. You know, if there's a conflict with I'm an unpaid guardian, a court-appointed guardian, and so I don't really think I have a conflict. But with respect to the chiropractic care that could be at the Life Resource Center that might affect Matthew, I think we could figure out a way to provide that care for Matthew without using this money, and it would be private funds. So I'm not going to declare a conflict on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very tough amendment. And I will confess to the Senate, I'm torn about this. In normal times, I would want to support this amendment. I think most of the expenditures that this amendment would result in will do people a lot of good. And frankly, I would like to support my health chair. Some of the increases here, there's one to the WISE program, if I understand what that is, and I may not. That would be one that helps keep people out of the nursing home. And by supporting this, you will save money in the next, probably the rest of this biennium and the next. That's a good expenditure when you do that. These are not normal times. Mr. Chairman, I've toyed with dividing the amendment, and it's complicated enough. I don't think I can do it accurately. Because there are a few pieces here that we really ought to do even this year. But on balance, if we don't get our budget under control, what we've had to do this year in this area is going to be nothing to what we might have to do in another year. So I'm, I guess, very reluctant, Mr. Chairman. I rise to urge a no vote on this amendment. Maybe we could bring a piece or two back on third reading, restore some things that really are super critical. But I think this one goes a step further than we can afford this year. And none of us like to do the things we're having to do this year. But our Appropriations Committee has stepped up to the plate. Our governor has stepped up to the plate and say this is what we have to do given the circumstances that we're in. And this is where it really starts to hurt. So, Mr. Chairman, very reluctantly on and against.
Members of the Senate, if I could, for just a few seconds, we will take a 10-minute break after the next amendment is done. And then we will do all 10 amendments left on the other side, and we will take a 30-minute lunch break. And then after that, we will come back and do committee of the whole. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've taken the liberty over the last couple of days to talk to some providers in their homes, to some of the caseworkers. And I've learned that I knew very little about this issue, for one thing. But what I did learn is that how interconnected all these things are. In one case, the lady is furnishing, the provider is furnishing care for 6 adults on a DD waiver. With her cuts, her 2 most severe adults get institutionalized. So that puts them back into, in my understanding, back into the or the Life Resource Center, which just increases the cost there. And the cost there is considerably more than to keep them in the homes in the towns. So just to say that we're gonna cut everything doesn't work. Can we cut part of it? Can we go back through this line by line and decide what the right numbers are? I don't know. I think it needs more work. Absent of doing it line by line, I about have to support the whole amendment because, and I don't want to do that. We got to make cuts, but and these cuts are going to have to come to these people. But are we just switching money around if we don't do it properly? Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. And, you know, and I think I'll just, Mr. Chairman, just say I appreciate Senator Scott because I think he laid that case out directly. So quite frankly, you keep in mind that that for most of these cuts, it's not an entire cut. This is a reduction to existing programs. The only place that there's only a couple in here that are entire cuts. And therein lies the problem with the amendment is ultimately if you're gonna take this, you got to take the whole thing. You can't, you know, you could divide it out, but it would be, by the time it was done, we'd be doing the proverbial. So, you know, we've got another reading. We can do that. We can bring those things back and look at these things individually and maybe prioritize those things. So I do that. But, you know, just a couple of things. The other things I would mention is as we do this, again, there's the impression that, you know, with the exception of vision and dental, and I think the community juvenile justice unit, those are, and that doesn't really, what that does affects the group, the people that get together and talk about how to treat juveniles. That restoration is a complete cut. The vision and dental is a complete cut, but the rest of these are reductions, and the chiropractic is a complete cut. That doesn't mean that they're not getting occupational therapy. It doesn't mean they're not getting physical therapy. In fact, if you go, it doesn't mean the state's not spending substantial amounts of money for care and keeping of these people, even after these cuts. I mean, the state is just in the process of completing probably about $130 million renovation of WLRC, just completed about $120 million or so renovation of the Wyoming State Hospital. So to, you know, and so we've got that, we're trying to maintain, and when you look out what's effectively happening, with the exception of those programs that are being phased out completely, for the most part, you're trying to spread that across and be as strategic as you can about how do you provide as much benefit to as many people as you can with the available money. And that's really what's going on. And so as we restore these cuts, again, you know, as we talk about that, you know, we will find out, and we'll find out in short order if we've overcut. And you know, the governor, we've given, as we've talked about, the Department of Health, along with the department, a couple of other departments, we've given what we call super flex. they have authority that nobody else in the government, with the exception of even the governor, they have authority to move money around in their budget to cover these issues. And if there's crises, they can move that around. Keep in mind, we'll be here in less than a year and we'll be talking about budget again. And part of that budget is we make certain budgets effective immediately so we can also fill in the gaps if there's things that happen now. So we're going along. It's been, the governor was working on these cuts throughout the summer and throughout the fall. His agencies were notified of what these things would do. They came up with these plans, and this was a 3-step process. And so it's not that these things were done in a snap. They were done in accordance with the budget process, and it's been ongoing throughout, not through the fall, but as the governor put his budget together, as he made his recommendation cuts, as he implemented the first steps, which didn't even take budget recommendations. So this is, could you always take more? You could always take more time. Are these decisions important? Yes, they are. Did we get them absolutely 100% right? Probably not. But there's opportunities to correct and revise as we go along, including the ability to come back and discuss individual programs in greater detail later this week. So would urge you to vote no on this, and we'll continue. It's not the end of the discussion. We'll continue to talk about these things throughout this week and throughout the entire processes throughout the rest of the month. So stay tuned. We're going to learn more and more and more about these things as we go through.
Any further comments, Senator Rothfuss, I believe for your second time? Is this your first?
My first time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I don't think I'll need to rise again. Mr. Chairman, on and for the amendment, and I think this is one of the more significant ones, and I appreciate the good senator from Atrona County laying out the challenge that he has with these programs, because he recognizes from his time and experience the value of these programs, and we are at a unique time, there's no question. So we've got this struggle in front of us that we wouldn't normally have to be making these draconian cuts. And the theory, the concept is that we can't afford not to make these cuts, and we can't afford this amendment, Mr. Chairman. But it wasn't very long ago, just a little earlier today, that we voted to divert $25 million to savings. Most all of this money is matched federally, 1-to-1. That 25 million we diverted to savings, it'll take about 15 years before it covers the federal funds that would be coming towards this. Just from a financial standpoint, even if this wasn't the best program, even if these weren't saving people's lives, helping them, saving value in the future, reducing costs, keeping people in their homes, doing all of the kinds of things that we want to do because we know it's the right thing to do. Even if none of those happened with the passage of this, of course they all do, but even if they didn't, this is cost effective. This is fiscally conservative to pass this when you contrast it with the decision of just putting it in savings, because this, almost in its entirety, has a 1-to-1 match. And every dollar helps our communities. Every dollar helps the people of Wyoming directly. We talk about waste of government and fraud and all of the challenges and the concerns that folks have back home. And we understand those and we hear the anecdotes, but these dollars directly help our communities, directly help our people, those that are the most vulnerable, those in the most need. Every dollar, 2 for 1. You'd be hard pressed to call this a waste of money, and I certainly can't. On and for the amendment.
Any further debate before we go to Senator Baldwin? Senator Baldwin.
Thank you,
For
Mr.
your
Chairman.
second time.
I'll make it quick. I'm halfway through the gauntlet. I'm on my knees. I keep hearing about this. We're going to be back pretty soon, and we are. It's actually, by the time we're done, we'll be back in 8 months. I appreciate that fact. I appreciate the wisdom of all those who spoke today. That it's a crisis. These aren't anywhere near normal times. I would like to find normal times again. I like you to think about these things. If this doesn't pass today, I think it's important that we think about it and think what we can do to correct some of those things we've talked about, particularly the disability, the waivers. I think that's a big deal. And I think it's important to keep those people at home, those elderly people, rather than then more than 10 times or 100 times the cost, put them in a nursing home, because that's going to hit us too. But I will certainly be an aye vote, but I appreciate the conversation, participate the wisdom of our appropriations and everybody else that spoke. Thank you.
We're on second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk call the roll?
Roll call on amendment number 17. Anderson. No. Baldwin.
Aye.
Aye. Whitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. No. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Colt. No. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas.
Excused.
Excused. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstetter. No. Closing vote. Landon, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 17, 10 aye, 19 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 17 to Senate File 1 has failed adoption. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 20 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read in the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 20, section 48.
Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 20 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is similar to the last amendment we just discussed regarding the DD waivers, but it keeps it real short and sweet. And it's revenue neutral. It's basically a judgment call on our priorities. What this aims to do is to restore this fiscal year funding for the DD waivers and take that money from the University of Wyoming's athletic booster earmark, that $10 million earmark we heard about yesterday, taking that $6,549,880 out of there. And it's a judgment call. I know the appropriations committee's worked hard. This is the best budget I've seen so far since I've been in office. It's very fiscally conservative, but there are some things in there that are a little hard to swallow, and this will hopefully help people that need the help the most. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Further debate by the floor? Seeing none, are you ready, Senator Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. You know, we talk about people who don't have representation and a number of people who have zero political influence really are the student athletes at the University of Wyoming. They've got some people who champion for them, but ultimately, and we had some of this discussion today during the budget, but as you go through this is whatever you do in this budget, you're affecting lives and you're affecting them drastically. And you affect the lives of these young student athletes as they pursue their education. And without the support that they get with this and the matching funds that come to do it, quite frankly, many of them, I think, will struggle in school. Many of them, the graduation rates for these individuals will drop, and they don't have recourse either to make up these funds. You also couple that with the ability, some of the support for athletes come from ticket attendance. Well, guess what's happened to ticket attendance over the last year? We haven't even been able to have crowds or ticket attendance. We haven't been, they played a few games here and there. Football, the great generated almost no money this year. In fact, it is a fiscal catastrophe of great proportions for the athletic departments who try and run in large part independently. We can rob Peter to pay Paul. It's a judgment call on your part, but you're affecting the lives of a significant number of young people who don't have a lot of representation either, as well as compounding a situation that was already a crisis of its own over there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's been repeated a number of times that these are not easy decisions. They're not. I can assure you that in the committee that I sit on, the education, we've had a number of difficult decisions, and I've had to make them, and I have. I don't think too many people in my district would call me anything other than conservative, but I have a vast, very large population of seniors in my Senate district. And the cut to the DD waivers for me is a bridge too far. I support this amendment. Thank you.
Further comments, Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a tough one. This will make you reach down deep a little bit, stir it around. Make you reach down deep, stir it around, trying to decide what you're going to do here. When I was home during the break, I spoke to those who deal with these waivers, and we just went down the list and said, this is where we're at. This is how hard it gets. We're going to do a lot of cutting. Those who have assistance will be cut out, but we're down to the very last. This is the hardcore situations where we've got to reach out and help. And I remember walking away from that conversation and thinking, where are we going to get this money? Because it's not there. And so here we are. We have to weigh our priorities. I worry greatly about our students at the university too, care about them. We go overboard with the business I'm in, trying to make sure that our university is well respected, promoted, taken care of. From the academic side, coverage, from the sports side, we do a lot to try to make sure that we know that the University of Wyoming is our home, our university. But here we go, revenue neutral. And you have an opportunity to help those that need the help the most. This one makes it a difficult decision for you. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to back that sponsor who stood up and explained it to us. I'm going to give him my support on this one because I think they have reached out and found the funding to take care of those who need it most. Thank you.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Chairman. It was mentioned robbing Peter to pay Paul, and that's true. That's true. But I think Paul needs the money a lot more. So I'd support this. Thank you, Mr. President or Chairman.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, on and for the amendment. In having discussions back home, my provider said, we could probably absorb this if we have just a year to get us by and to reach out to our community and our charities. And so on and in strong support of the amendment, and thank the bringers for their creativity.
Senator Kinski and then Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to bring to the table that even after the reductions that are in the governor's proposal, the comprehensive DD waiver program is still a $219 million program. We're not debating zeroing it out. There's still a substantial amount of money here. And as my colleague from Toronto County said, We're trying to find a way to strategically provide service to as many people as we can with that $219 million. I think there's two questions here. The DD waiver is a question. The University of Wyoming their funding level is a question. But I question whether we should be permanently funding a social welfare program out of the university's block grant. That linkage, I think, is reason enough to say, let's defeat this amendment. Of the $10 million that's in this program, I don't know how much is even left. I mean, we're well into the biennium. There might not be any money there. And what we're taking it out of is a footnote. We've got a block grant for the university and a footnote that says take 10 million and use it for this purpose. It may all be exhausted. So funding a social welfare program out of a footnote to the block grant to the university is just, it's not the way. Personally, I just don't think it's a good financial way to approach this one. And I would urge a no vote on the amendment. Now the university's block grant amount, and another debate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss and then Senator Scott.
Go ahead.
Senator Roth, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I had not planned to speak to this one. But I suppose the technically calling it social welfare program is accurate. But let's think what this program does. Developmental disabilities can be extraordinarily expensive. There may be a few families in the state that probably are, that are wealthy enough to support an individual with a severe developmental disability and support them through their lives. But almost all the rest of us can't. And it's not something that anybody seeks. It's almost always either something goes wrong in the birth process or pregnancy. We are subject as a species to that kind of risk. The numbers are growing slowly because medical science is saving many more that in the fairly recent past, when my father was in practice, those people simply did not survive. They do now. And somebody's got to take care of it. Society has to somehow, because individuals can't. And this is the mechanism whereby we do that. And it is, my judgment, essential. I've done enough work with some of the providers here to know that they are skating right on the edge of being able to stay in business and continue to provide the services. And if we're going to step too far deeply into the university, maybe we can remedy that separately on third reading. But I think it's an appropriate, they're all general funds. I think it's an appropriate switch. And these are times. So on and for the amendment.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to clarify, I know the senator from Sheridan County talked about infringing on the University of Wyoming's block grant, but just wanted to be clear for the body that if you look at page 58, line 14, this would come out of footnote, I think it's 4 in the bill, which talks about the 10 million appropriation that would go to the athletic booster organization. So I just wanted to make it known that that would be a little more directed than just the block grant at large. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to correct that, just to expand on that a little bit more. Footnote 4 requires that it takes the block grant is the block grant, and it directs that $10 million of that block grant be dedicated towards this thing. So it comes directly out of the block grant. So it's just, the footnote actually dedicated or required that this amount out of the block grant be funded. So the net effect of this footnote as it is in addition to the $43 million cut to state aid to the block grant now, this would ask another $6 million to that. So this would effectively increase or decrease the block grant by an additional $6 million, which make the total cut to the university about really right sneaking up $49 to $50 million cut to the block grant. So, I mean, that's the net effect. So that was just that footnote called out and specified or required that of the block grant, which the total block grant, state aid, it was about 312 million. You've got these cuts. You've had these cuts. There's still a lot of state aid that goes to the block, but I just wanted to make sure, need to understand exactly how that works. So again, in doing that effectively, either that or the other side of that is simply you're directing that they not expend that portion of the block grant for that. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. I guess the university will have to figure it out, but all that footnote did. So the only place to get this money is this further reduction of the block grant to the university.
Thank you, Senator Perkins. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the good chairman of the Appropriations Committee noting that and clarifying that it is actually out of the block grant. And it seems like this is an easy target because, it's a dichotomy that was created. Do we choose our students or do we choose our most vulnerable? And that certainly is a challenge, and I understand that challenge, and I certainly share the concerns that those that are in this Sophie's choice here, choosing to go with the developmentally disabled and the folks in the DD waiver. But I do want to note a little bit of background on the $10 million for the university. Obviously, this is not the first round of cuts that the university has experienced. We've cut a lot of agencies, and we've cut them a lot in recent years. You'll recall that the university was the only agency that actually biennialized our previous large cuts and fully absorbed those. So the last round of cuts were complete and thorough and carried out, where most agencies were able to bring back kind of the second half of it, but the university was not. At that point in time, as part of that cut, there was a challenge made basically to the athletics that they need to start paying their way, they need to start pulling their weight, so to speak, and they need to start matching and doing fundraising and bringing in additional resources from their boosters. So more of their funds effectively were requiring a match. To be clear, in this budget, they're already being cut. Athletics is already being cut. The university is being cut substantially. You'll see that the university total is being cut by more than $53 million out of a $445 million total. That's substantial. That's well over 10%. And when you look at the direct block grant, again, it's over 10%. So the university is already absorbing its cuts. This is a concept where we're again trying to say, all right, well, we'll take more from the university because it's got a large budget, because we need it for this critical program. And as everybody in here knows, unquestionably, I support this critical program with developmental disability waivers, DD waivers. And that somehow that will be harmless and that the money can be absorbed. Again, I'll remind the body that earlier today, we passed an amendment that directed $25 million, far more than we have here, needed into savings at a critical time. Again, that was a preference that was made. This is largely matched, critically matched, and it's certainly a better investment. The funds to the university are dollar for dollar matched. As was noted a little bit earlier by the good senator from Sheridan County, I'm not even sure these dollars exist. I don't know that they do, but it would be a reduction to the block grant, I assume, and then somehow backfilled and recirculated. Because again, the university, since this is a biennial budget, has already been raising to the $10 million to match it, to release it, based on the assumption that that would be received. This is a clawback, effectively, of funds that were to be matched. So I don't know exactly how that ends up playing out. That's something that really hasn't been talked through because this didn't come up. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm obviously conflicted, and I'm conflicted because I care passionately about Part 1, which we will henceforth label Division 1 of this particular amendment. And I care passionately about part 2, which we will henceforth label Division 2. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that this be divided at line 21, where lines 1 through 21 shall be called Division 1. Lines 22 through 29 shall be called Division 2. And obviously the 28 and 29 would go with either as it stands. Mr. Chairman, let's not make this Sophie's choice. I want to be able to support DD waivers. I have that passion too. I share the same passion that everybody in here spoke on in their speeches. I'm going to support Division 1. I encourage all of you to do so too. We can have a separate discussion about whether it's appropriate to fund it using the $10 million from the university, and it may be. That's up to the chamber also. Maybe more important on third reading to come back and take back some of that $25 million. We can make that decision on how and where we want to fund it. But coupling these choices puts us all in a very awkward circumstance where we have to simultaneously support and or oppose groups and organizations that I think we all care about. So, Mr. Chairman, assuming that you rule that it's in order, and I believe they are divisible.
Senator Ralphus, it is in order. And so we are now on lines 1 through 20 and lines 28 and 29 as Division 1.
Mr. Chairman, on and for the good Division 1.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me speak to the problem that we're getting into here with this division. I have seen this done before, and I think under our rules, the senator is within his rights. But I would urge the members in voting on this division, vote the way you're going to vote on both divisions. I can remember a time before in a budget problem when the Appropriations Committee used to automatically divide the cut from the increase. And the result of that tactic was to drive our spending up to where we shouldn't have afforded, where it got us in trouble. So yes, it's within the rules. But unless you want to bust the budget, vote the same way on both halves of the division.
Question being called. I do believe that we are on a separate amendment now, and I do believe that each person gets 2 times to speak. So but realize that we have 10 more amendments before dinner, and then we have committee of the whole. So Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good senator from Albany County did ask some questions that I think are important for us to get answers to before we vote, if that's in order. He asked about the background on the $10 million. And let me see. I also heard a couple times that, does this money even exist? If it doesn't exist, why is it there? And I'd like to know how the Booster Club is associated with this block grant. If somebody could explain all 3 of those, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Are we ready for the question? Senator Perkins, for your first time?
On Division 1. So this is just to answer questions. There are some questions that were just asked, and to answer the questions. So if you go, fortunately, the appropriate footnote is still in the budget, but and still in the bill. It's on page 58. It's footnote number 4. So if you look, it says 4 of this appropriation, of this general fund appropriation. So to tie that back, you have to go back 2 pages to page 56. And you go to line 4 on page 56 and you see the number, you see state aid. And so you can see that and you see up there on state aid, you see the little footnote number 4. So that's why you know, and that's how you can trace where this money comes from. So that footnote is out of the original block grant was $350,840,070. That was the original block grant of state aid of the university. With the budget, as the budget moves forward with the cuts there, there's, that's now down to $312,252,000. There's been the cut there. So when you're going back to footnote 4, it says of this number. So out of the 350, which was what the budget's been for about, what is that? What would that be? 6 and 3. We're in the 9th month of the first fiscal year of the biennium. It says of this general fund appropriation, which is a block grant, $10 million is appropriated for the purpose of providing a state match for funds received by the university from athletic booster organizations. So what that says is anybody who wants to promote athletics can give additional money on a dollar for dollar match to turn that 10 million into 20 million, with 10 million of it being state funds and another 10 million of it being private funds that are donated by booster organizations. And so, and then as it goes through and how you do that, just what was said, this stuff, what it can be used for. And then there's just the general policy is that money has to be collected and it's released only as the matching funds are obligated. So how do we know? We don't know what the number is. If there's 10 million that's been collected and matched and already paid in, that 10 million could already be expended out of that, and there may not be any left for it to match. Don't know. We saw this morning, so don't know. So it's possible that this 10, and again, this 10 million was just a direction out of that existing state aid. So if we do this, I don't know what happens if it's been matched. Do you have to give the match back too? I don't know. It would depend. And the answer is, I think that's one of the problems with the amendment, as my good friend from Albany County pointed out. But I think that's trying to get the point. That's why we don't know if the money's been expended, because we don't know what the match is, and we don't know how much of that's been released. And so, but ultimately, as a part of the block grant, and pulling back part of the block grant is a reduction in overall funding of the state university. It's very likely that if that money's already been expended, it just further encumbers other parts of the block grant to match it. So you don't have to, you're not violating the conditions of the gift that were made by those who donate. So I would encourage you to vote no on Division 1. And but I think that answered the question that was asked. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready for the question? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And just to add on to what the Chairman of Appropriations outlined very, very well, I want to make sure to get back to the Senator from Laramie County. The fact that we are 9 months into a biennium, I can almost assure you that that 10 million had probably been matched. Senators, that in all my years of being down here with all of you, that is one of the best things that we've done. Because what happens is we turn $1 into 2. And we encourage private support for those institutions. We did it for the colleges, we did it for the libraries out across the state, and we do it for our university. And so let's just assume that 10 is gone. So now what you're asking the university to do 9 months into a biennium is to claw into a state appropriation that's already been whacked by 10 or 20% over the last few months. So what's going to happen there is that your budget folks and your leaders of that institution are going to have to go in and take it out of agriculture, engineering, business school, somewhere. Now, regarding the amendment, fellow senators, I just wanted to share a story. When I was a freshman senator down here, I had a visit with the governor at that time, and I was kind of passionate about this topic because, by golly, we were getting hit at that time that there were a lot of individuals on the waiting list for the developmental disabilities funding. And so I was pretty passionate about that. Went to see the governor, he was very welcoming and he said, let me tell you something, Senator, something you're going to learn as you go along. There's always going to be a list and there's never going to be enough money on this list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further debate? I do believe that the good senator from Sheridan, if you would like to speak last. I think that would be fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to echo what the tall senator from Natrona County said. If you're going to vote aye on this division, you better vote aye on the next one. We do have choices here, and that was the whole point of this amendment. I found some money with my co-sponsors on this amendment to make this revenue neutral. It's a choice. Yes, I understand there are sacred cows. Yes, I understand that the poor student athletes have a tough life, but so do people that were born with developmental disabilities. We got to start making tough choices around here. Dividing this amendment like this to try to get out of making these tough choices, I don't know. I would vote aye on both. Thank you.
Question being called. We are on second reading amendment number 20, division number 1 to Senate File 1. Would the good chief clerk call the roll?
Roll call on Division 1. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Garou? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? Aye. Kinsky? No. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas excuse Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar?
Aye.
Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstetter? Aye. Driscoll, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Division 1, 20 aye, 9 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 20, division number 1 has passed. The next amendment for consideration is second reading amendment number 20, division number 2, and that is lines 21 through 27 and 28 and 29. Senator Perkins.
I think there's a technical problem with the division, Mr. Chairman, that we just did. I think the intent, if I understood the division, is maybe it should have been lines 1 through 18, which the net effect would have been to have increased the federal funds by that amount, and that that would increase the amount for the DD waivers. What happened is when we picked up line 19 and 20, we went into page 56, and that automatically decreased the block grant by that amount. And so it may be I don't know that it changes the outcome, but there's a technical issue with the division. I think we messed that one up a little bit. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, I don't know how to fix that. I'm just bringing it to your attention.
Senator Bono.
Mr. Chairman, I would submit that the way to fix is to vote aye on Division 2.
Yeah.
Senator Kinsky.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to note, but the vote has been cast, and I don't think it's a technical correction. I think we intended to vote on taking the cost of the program out of the university block grant, and that's exactly what happened in the division. Lines 1 through 21. I think that's what people were voting on. I think that's what they intended. I don't think it was a technical error. Just point of information, I guess.
Question on division number 2 being called. Senator Perkins.
So with what we voted on, what the net effect is, quite frankly, that you've decreased the block grant by $6,549,880. You've decreased the block grant by that with the action this body's already taken. So now all you're doing down here is you're monkeying around with the match. And so the block grants, it's already been transferred out of the university to the comprehensive waiver. So now on lines 23 through 27, all you're doing now is you're saying, if anybody's paid, all we're willing to accept in a match now is $3,450,000 of match for the athletic department. That's all this does now. You've already taken the money out of the university. You've already put it in DD waiver. So now all you're doing is saying, for anybody who wants to donate money to the university, what you're doing is you're saying, we don't want, if anybody else is donating up to $10 million, we don't want that $6,584,000 of private donations to come in and support the university. That's what this does now. So vote it. I guess you can do that. I guess you can stick your thumb in the eye of people who want to support the university. Say don't give money because there's no match for you, even though that money still might be there. You can do that, but you've done what the intended amendment was to do. Now you're doing is stirring the pot and screwing. You're stirring the pot in the universities just to stir it, because the function, the intent of the amendment's already been achieved. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bateman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of the amendment was to re-earmark an earmark of $10 million to the booster, and that's where this money came from. So just keep that in perspective. That's where the money, that $6 million getting reduced, that was already earmarked for that purpose. And this is clawing back that earmark and re-earmarking it to DD waivers. Thank you. It's already done.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On against the amendment, I would suggest, folks, that having taken the money out of the university's block grant, we at least give the university enough flexibility to decide where out of that block grant that's going to come, rather than directing it out of a specific program that may already have been largely expended for the year. So I would urge a no vote on Division 2. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready for the question? Second reading amendment number 20, division number 2 for Senate file number 1. Would the good reading clerk please call the roll?
Roll call on division 2. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman.
Aye.
Aye. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. Aye. Case. Aye. Cooper. No. Driscoll. No. Ellis. Aye. French. No. Furphy. No. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. Aye. Kinski.
No.
No. Cole. No. Cost. No. Landon. No. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. No. Pappas excused. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. No. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger.
Aye.
Aye. President Dockstader. Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Division 2, 14 aye, 15 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 20, division number 2 has failed adoption. We will now take a 10-minute break. We will come back at, let's come back at straight up 5 o'clock. That'll be 15 minutes.
That's why I'm. I've seen some chickens.
66th Wyoming Senate will please come to order. We are still on second reading. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move for immediate reconsideration of second reading amendment 20, Division 1, comprised of lines 1 through 21 and 28 through 29 on Senate File 1, and ask the body to vote aye for reconsideration and then no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There is no debate. The motion is in order. We are voting on second reading amendment number 20, division number 1, reconsideration. We are voting on reconsideration of second reading amendment number 20, division number 1. An aye vote means that you wish to reconsider. Would the reading clerk please call the roll?
Roll call for reconsideration. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. No. Beitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Case. No. Cooper. No. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French. Aye. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Kolb. No. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McCown. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas excused. Perkins. Aye. Rothfuss.
Aye.
Aye. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
Aye.
Aye. President Dockstader. No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. For reconsideration. 13 aye, 16 no, 1 excused.
The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File number 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 8, section 48.
Senator Scott.
Chairman, I move adoption of second reading amendment number 8. Mr. Chairman, what this amendment does is it restores $4 million general fund to the preschool DD program. Mr. Chairman, in these tough times, I chose to bring this amendment. It will reverse a cut that, in my judgment, is going to cost us many times over the size of the cut in increased spending in the special education program and in education in the next 3-4 years, 5 years maybe. There's 2 reasons for that. In the preschool programs, they do an excellent job of dealing with the developmental disabilities that would cause kids to go into special education in the K-12 system. And they do a better job than we've done in the K-12 system for 2 reasons. One is that as young humans develop, it is easier to correct a developmental problem the younger they are generally, because we go through a series of milestones as we grow up in those early years, where particularly the brain system is relatively plastic and you can deal with it, correct the problem, get it all the way fixed easier than you can once the child gets older. That's the first reason. I've been to any number of conferences where competent scientists have talked about why that's true, and I'm absolutely convinced that it is. The second reason is that it's cheaper to take care of the problems at the preschool DD level because our K-12 system has been on 100% reimbursement, some version of that, since the Campbell decisions, and they've developed some very expensive habits. It costs many times more to treat these kids in the K-12 system. I would say, Mr. Chairman, a few years ago, did a management audit in this area that failed when our LSO was unable to obtain some of the necessary data, and we couldn't get the second part of the report done in a meaningful fashion. I pitched into it because I used to do that kind of work when I first came out of school, newly minted MBA. And I thought, I know how to do this. And spent a lot of time, found a fair amount of data from surrounding states. And it's hard to make an apples to apples comparison because our system is so designed to drive up the special ed costs of K-12. But they don't treat as many kids as intensively as we do. And the preschool programs in these neighboring states have different systems. And their special ed is, compared to ours, relatively expensive, especially when you take into account the differences in how the funding is. So for those reasons, I don't know what we'll spend more in special ed, 2 or 3 times, at least, I think, what this cut is. If this amendment, although it's one to restore some money right now, is going to net save us money over the next couple of bienniums, and we're in trouble for at least that long a period of time. So, Mr. Chairman, for all those reasons, I urge adoption of this amendment.
Further comments? Senator Kinsky.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, the governor did reconsider some of the reductions and in fact sent a letter to the Joint Appropriations Committee, which was adopted, that recommendation. And what the governor said is, you know, there have been some significant reductions to the program, and these folks have been through COVID. And they're paid on whatever the child count is, I think, in December of every year. So their child counts were down dramatically. And he wrote and said, I recommend that we go ahead and pay them off of last year's child count, even though those children aren't there to be served. And that will help offset the impact of these reductions. And then let's come back after we get through COVID and we pay them on last year's count and then see how they're coping with the reductions. That is we think is about worth $2 million. Added to this $4 million, it reverses almost all of the cuts that the governor made. So I would argue against and urge a no vote on this. We think the governor has addressed a goodly part of the impact. Let's see how the reductions are adjusted to by the child care centers and let at least what reductions there are go forth. Understanding that the governor has backed off significantly on the reductions with that retroactive child count. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further debate by the floor. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, on and opposed for an interesting reason. We've just passed a 1.9 trillion COVID bill, and these guys are going to have large amounts of money come back into the school system out of this next round of COVID funding. We don't know exactly what it is or how it goes, but we do know schools are very well taken care of in this next round of COVID funding. And my advice would be to vote this down. We're going to be back on a special session probably. If it doesn't show up, fine. If not, we've saved some money for the general fund for the future. And I think this is going to be well taken care of out of the COVID funds. The reading I'm doing on it, schools have been very well taken care of, as into several years into the future, not just this year, but the next year and the following year. So I'd ask for a no vote on this.
Question being called would be Senator Scott for your second time. Okay. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman. It's all very fine that the feds may do something. We won't know, even if it has passed, how many strings did they put on? What can you do with it? Does it cover the preschools or does it just cover the K-12 system where it's a lot less efficient to deal with it? Mr. Chairman, we still need to restore what we're doing here, because if we don't, it is going to cost us money. And I will be having to stand up here as your education chairman and saying, yeah, the K-12 spending has to go up because we made a cut that was a mistake. That meant that the kids aren't being taken care of where they should be. And we're having to take care of the K-12 system, which is much more expensive for us and much less effective for the kids. So, Mr. Chairman, I urge us to support this amendment. It's one that will save us in the future.
Question being called, second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1. Would the good reading clerk or the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call, amendment number 8, Anderson. No. Baldwin. No. Beitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Case. No. Cooper. No. Driscoll. No. Ellis. Aye. French. Excused.
Excused.
Furphy. Aye. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Cole.
No.
No. Cost. No. Landon. No. McCune. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas excused. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott.
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstader. No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 8, 7 aye, 21 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 8 to Senate File 1 has failed adoption. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 9, corrected copy, section 48.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would move second reading amendment number 9 to Senate File 1, the corrected copy, and ask for favorable consideration from you fellow senators. To get started with this amendment, senators, I want to tell you about Anna. Anna is an 80-year-old woman who lives alone in the north part of my community. She has never been married. She has no children and no family in Wyoming. She's what they call in the business an elder orphan. She relies on friends from the church to assist her with some things, but this assistance is limited. Anna can still drive. She's diabetic. She suffers from neuropathy and has had several bouts with cancer. She has issues with walking due to that neuropathy. She would not be able to live on her own without the Wyoming Home Services Program, which helps her with her housekeeping and her laundry and some personal care tasks. I tell you about Anna, Mr. Chairman, because that is the kind of person who benefits from a program that we've had in place for quite some time in Wyoming. It's called Wyoming Home Services. Mr. Chairman, Wyoming's population aged 65 and older is expected to increase by 54% in the next 10 years. Why is this program important? I could tell you about several other folks like Anna, by the way. They're in my community, and they're in your community too. The primary goal and the reason for this program that was established years ago is to help these low-income Wyoming senior citizens maintain their independence for as long as possible with a substantial cost savings to the state. Clients on this program have an income or assets such as owning a home that make them ineligible for Medicaid, but without this assistance, they would most likely become dependent upon the state through the Medicaid program. This is a program that's matched by our communities. It represents 1,900 of these vulnerable adults, fellow senators, and of course, the 120 direct care staff that help to take care of them. Let me tell you about Anna again. So if we pull the rug out from underneath this program as quickly as we intend with Senate File 1, she would probably pretty quickly have to sell that little modest home that I referred to. And I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, it's not going to net very much because it's in a subdivision that probably it's just not going to list very highly. And so Anna would probably be able to sustain herself maybe for a handful of months, maybe 4 or 5 months, something like that. Then she's going to go to a nursing home. Somewhere in the neighborhood of $40,000 a year is what those cost. I know because the last 6 years, I took care of my folks and I went all the way through that system. So I know what those cost and I know what they cost our state. So that's the reason for this amendment, fellow senators. If you go to the amendment itself, the reason it is a corrected copy is that I've listened carefully to our Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the work they've done. At first, I was going to try to return the money that was stripped out of the program. And I know that may not be realistic. So what this does, it goes in there and it returns 1.37 million to the program. That's enough to fund a half a year of what we've been talking about here in this home services program. The governor was good and the Appropriations Committee was good with 1.3 to begin with. So that brings it up. This $5.4 million expenditure, this would bring it up to halfway and allow your communities out there, senators, to get a handle on the fact that it isn't going to be around. Otherwise, we're going to drop these folks right off the cliff, Mr. Chairman, and this would allow for a year worth of funding and take us out until we can get to the next session and revisit this. I hope you'll support the amendment, Mr. Chairman. This is a group that doesn't have a lot of advocates out there. All they've got is us and the decisions we make, but it's worthy of your consideration. Thank you, fellow senators, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments by the floor? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also am an advocate for this program, and I deliver meals 1 day a week when I get a chance, when I'm home, to seniors in our community. And so I get to see these people on a regular basis. And until I started doing this a couple years ago, I guess it was just real easy for me not to pay attention to the problem. But I see so many of these seniors that are just hanging in there by a thread. They want to stay in their own homes. They want to be there as long as they can. And so quite often when I'm delivering meals, there's people coming in that are getting ready to give them baths or to go and get their shopping done or whatever else that they need. As the good senator mentioned, there's about almost 1,900 of them in our state. I can't remember how many we have in our county. I probably should have that. But it's about $1,400 a year per person annually. And here's the bottom line is if these folks that are just hanging on, if we end up shipping them to the nursing home. And in fact, I even have the statistics that if only 5% of this group ends up moving to a nursing home, the cost of the state Medicaid program would be $5.38 million. So I think that's the perspective we've got to kind of keep in mind, is that overall, this program saves us money. And so just think about that, $1,400 a year for one person. And yet if they go into the nursing home, only 5% of them, that's 5.38 million. So in the long run, you know, you can pay up front, or you can pay more on the backside if we don't take a look at this program. So I think that, you know, we know that there's costs, and I think the good senator made a good catch there to try and at least keep us moving forward for just a little while and see what else we can do for our seniors. But the bottom line is that these visits that people get from home health aides and homemakers and nurses and all of that, they're keeping them in their homes, and these visits, sometimes I know how they feel when I come in with their meals. A lot of them just want to talk. And so these home health aides that come in keeps a lot of these folks from dealing with depression and loneliness and anxiety on top of everything else. So thank you. I hope you'll vote for this. Thanks.
Further comments by Senator Scott and then Senator Salazar.
Mr. Chairman, on for the amendment, let me give a little different perspective on this. This is a state's funds only program, and that's extra important in this area. This area. We spend a lot of money on the people, on keeping people out of the nursing home, but the federal Medicaid program is quite poorly managed. And they won't let us spend money on certain services. They won't let us spend money on certain people that are going to go in the nursing home if we don't. This enables us to do that. And will save us quite a bit of money. This program not only will be very helpful to the people involved, this is going to be helpful to keeping our budget. So I would urge us to adopt this amendment.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment because of the financial implications. I completely agree. In the long run, it saves the state money. But some years ago, I sat on the board of our senior center in Du Bois, and I saw firsthand how desperately these seniors wanted to be self-reliant, to stay in their homes. And I will tell you, I actually saw some of our seniors eating one meal a day because they didn't have the money to be self-sufficient. So even in the twilight of their life, they're fighting. And but I will tell you that I'm supporting this a good amendment because I believe it saves the state money in the long run. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments by the floor? Are you ready? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With a heavy heart, I am on and against the amendment. So some of you may know, but not all of you know, I spent 13 years of my life in home care. Home care. So I've been in the homes, I've seen the faces of these folks, and I was happy during the good times when I was here to support the expansion of these programs. I don't want to see anybody lose their independence. At the same time, we have another program for those who are Medicaid eligible that is $92 million a year. It's the long-term care waiver, of which the state of Wyoming must provide $48 million. So this is for the Medicaid eligible population, and this is measured against what's called an LT 101, and it really does show that folks are imminently heading to a nursing home without a bevy of services. And that one has been proven to keep people out of the nursing homes. That one has been proven to save funding. And so when money is short and you've got to prioritize, the department doesn't want to see the program go away, but where do you save? Some federal programs you can't cut, some federal programs you can't eliminate. Some programs are optional. Here you save dollar for dollar, all out of the state's general fund which helps make up that $48 million we need to fund what's called the long-term care waiver that is partially funded by the federal government. So each one of those dollars that we save here is multiplied if we can use it into the long-term care waiver. So this is not a request to see anybody lose their home. It's a request to understand that in a time of limited resources, what we're trying to do is spreading fewer dollars around to take care of as many people as we can with what resources we have. And so this is an optional program that's not Medicaid tested. And the department and the governor don't relish abolishing this program, nor do I. But those are the times in which we find ourselves. And as I understand from the bringer of the amendment, we're going to be back down here next year debating it yet again. Yet this has been on a wind down. The department and the governor made clear to the senior centers with the phase 2 reductions that this was being walked down. That was done over the course of a biennia. And then the remainder of the phase 3 cut is just to orderly wind down the balance of the program. And I would urge that we stick with that recommendation by the governor, and I would urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments, Senator Landon?
Well, thank you,
This is
Mr.
your
Chairman.
second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you'll support the amendment. We're talking about the least among us, folks. This was my dad, and I want to send out a salute to the senator at the front of the room who was on the board of the senior center that took care of him and allowed him to stay in his home. And I can absolutely underline for you how much that saved the state, because I lived it. We don't know, because the Department of Health did not finish an analysis of how many of these folks would immediately go to Medicaid. But we know they will graduate there soon. And I'm going to tell you, I bet it's 30–40% of these, minimum. It's this amendment still cuts $2.7 million out of this program. What we're doing tonight is just putting enough back in there so that they can make it through another year. And yes, I hope we do have a debate next year about this, because they're growing and they're coming, and this is the least among us. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope you'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Second reading, amendment number 9 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk call the roll?
Roll call on amendment number 9. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. No. Bouchard. No. Case.
Aye.
Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French excused. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. No. Kolb. No. Cost. No. Landon.
Aye.
Aye. McEwen. No. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas excused. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstetter. No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Amendment number 9, 14 aye, 14 no, 2 excused.
Second reading, amendment number 9 has failed adoption. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the bill, the amendment, please?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 10, Section 57.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. Due to the omnibus bill being passed, we're going to withdraw this.
Without objection. It is so ordered. Second reading amendment number 10 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 11 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 11, section 57.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going to sound like a recording. Because the omnibus bill passed, we're going to withdraw this motion.
Senator Cost, I'd just like to nominate you for the legislator of the day.
Yeah, right.
All right. Second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 18, section 60.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Ladies and gentlemen, this goes in and provides an appropriation of $350,000 to the Office of State Lands and Investment for the purposes of conducting appraisals and some environmental analysis for two purposes. One is to consolidate our state lands within much of the Medicine Bow National Forest. And when I talk about state lands, these are school trust parcels. And so on the Medicine Bow National Forest, we've actually been having some discussions since we had our Appropriations Committee meetings. We've come to a conceptual plan to take all of those stranded state sections scattered out all through the forest, consolidate those into two blocks. Well, what's that do, folks? That part of it allows us, these are school trust lands, the revenues on those go to the school permanent land fund, depending on the nature of the income. Some of them go right into the income account. What this does is allow us to put those in a block and increase the revenue generation potential off of those state parcels. So I'll give you an example of several of these are locked up in an area that while they have merchantable timber on them that we could sell, you can't get to it because we'd have to spend $1 million in bridges. We're going to spend tens of thousands of dollars on road upgrades, environmental assessments, and all of these things to go out there and get access to those state parcels. What this does is block these up in two blocks that have existing access either off a state highway or a county road. It consolidates 16 isolated parcels into two on 9,000 acres that are currently all isolated in holdings within the forest boundaries. Increases the potential to generate revenue off of these lands. It also increases the opportunity at such time that the state ever wanted to continue to put our water to beneficial use. They include other activities that could be included in that. But when we approached the Forest Service with this, they come back and said, let's do a large, if we're going to do a land swap, let's do a large. Now that process is going to have to go before SLIB. SLIB will have the final approval on the expenditures of these monies. But if we don't put the monies in there now, this kicks the can down until we're all the way back here a year from now. That's the first part, is to consolidate those 16 parcels on the Medicine Bow National Forest on those school trust lands. The second part of it is it looks like we may be in a position, for those of you that have been here a long time, the Kelly parcel is a state school trust section that butts up against Teton National Park. We've had a lot of debates around here. We've seen appraisals in the past anywhere from $50 to $80 million. That's what that single section's worth. We think right now, because of the Great Outdoors Act, I believe is where those federal funds were put in there last year by Congress and the previous administration, that there's funding now to do that. The Park Service would like to move forward with that purchase of that Kelly parcel, but we don't have an appraisal on. And so we need to find out, the last appraisal was done quite a few years ago, probably 4 or 5, somewhere in that nature, maybe 6. So what this does is put money in here also for an appraisal of that parcel. So if we do go into a situation with the National Park Service, we can understand what a fair value is on that parcel. Both, again, any sale of that land would go into, my understanding is the sale of that parcel, which could very well be in excess of 100 or $120 million, will go into the Common School Permanent Land Fund. That's how we fund part of our schools, is the interest off of that account. So both of these deal with school trust lands. The idea is to block them up or to sell them to the federal government in the case of the Kelly parcel for long-term potential increased revenue generation for the trust. Ask for your favorable consideration and stand for any questions.
Further comments? Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions for the good senator here. How do we address the grazing allotments on Medicine Bow Forest? Is it a swap? State leases for federal allotments? I'm not sure how you're going to work that. And secondly, on the Kelly allotment or Kelly property, we're hearing so much terror among the citizens of the state about losing access to state lands or federal lands as far as that goes. If we take state lands and sell it to the national park, what does that do to the federal act or to the public access for hunting and fishing and whatnot on the Kelly parcel? Can't say I'm against the report yet, but just questions. Thank you.
Senator Scott. And then Senator.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. I think I understand about the section up by Kelly in the national park and what's going on there. My question is with regard to the Medicine Bow. In the past, the federal government in general has been very hard to deal with on exchanges. Do we have any strong indication that we ought to spend the money at this time because they're willing to move when they might not have been? Or is this a fairly speculative effort on our part? It makes sense to me, especially with the way the federal government is trying to lock up the federal land so we can't use it to get it blocked up. But is there any reason to believe that they'll go along with this?
Further comments by the floor? Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, to address my colleague from the basin on grazing allotments, some of the parcels are already in, so these are in holdings. So they are part of a federal grazing lease. The state land department also issues a grazing lease for those same parcels. Some of these will have the exact same permittee that the Forest Service currently permits, has both the lease on the state section. So that just moves over. There will be some cases where those state leases are now moved far enough that those permittees will no longer have a state lease. They will end up with 100% federal grazing lease on those parcels. So there will be some people that are going to lose their state lease, but it's the same number of AUMs. There's pros and cons both ways. Some people like to have those state leases, even though the state leases their property at a much higher rate than the federal government. So in one aspect, it may reduce your grazing fees. On the other aspect, it's always nice to have that state nexus in your grazing allotment. Not so much an issue as with the Forest Service that is with other places or higher elevation stuff. Most of this is timbered land, so there's not a lot of grazing on it anyway. We've tried to leave those high value grazing allotments out of there. So the short answer is there may be some positives and there may be some detriments, minor detriments to those grazing permittees. It'll be an individual parcel by parcel discussion. With the Kelly parcel regarding access, that Kelly parcel currently has, I believe it's at least a county road that runs through it and butts up against it. It will become part of the national park, which they do not, well, let me take that back. They do allow elk hunting in that portion of Teton National Park right now. That Kelly parcel butts up to that stuff that we normally call Antelope Flats, where they do some elk hunting on there. Access, you still got access to that because you got a county road that runs right through the middle of it. With regard to the good senator from Natrona County, you're correct. Doing land exchanges is very difficult, except for one provision is this isn't, as long as those parcels that you're exchanging are internal, they're in holdings within the national forest, it's much easier. It's when you want to trade something that's on the boundary or outside, a lot of those takes congressional authorization. They can do this at the district, the regional, or excuse me, the regional office. So it's just a matter of coming up with an agreement of what parcels that we want to trade, conducting the appraisal value to make sure it's a like kind, and then do some environmental analysis on any impacts associated with that. The discussions that we've had with the Forest Service, they believe this can be completed in anywhere from 2 to 3 years. It's a long process, but if you don't start today, you'll never get there. Anytime we can block these up, and particularly these 2 blocks, either have a state highway that runs through it or adjacent to it, or a county road, it will significantly improve the opportunities for the state of Wyoming to generate revenues. And again, a lot of this is timber, some grazing fees, might be some other leases out there because of the proximity on highways and county roads. And if the state ever was in the mind to dispose of these, it certainly makes them tremendously much more valuable to have access off a state highway or a county road versus an isolated parcel that you would never be able to build a road in to gain access to those state lands for those purposes. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that answers any questions. Would ask for your favorable consideration.
Question being called. Second reading amendment number 18 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Amendment number 18, roll call. Anderson. Aye. Baldwin. Aye. Beitman. No. Boner. Aye. Bouchard. No. Case. Aye. Cooper. Aye. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis. Aye. French excused. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks.
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings. No. James. No. Kinsky. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Cost. Aye. Landon. No. McEwen. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas excused. Perkins. Aye. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. No. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Doggstetter. Aye. Closing vote. Cooper, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 18, 17 aye, 11 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 18 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 12 to Senate File number 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 12, section 67.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw this consideration and move it to, I will reintroduce it on third reading. Thank you.
Without objection, it is so ordered. The next amendment for our consideration. Actually, I should say, second reading amendment number 12 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File number 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 13, section 67.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1 And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to introduce it, describe it a little bit, and then I'm going to withdraw it in a few minutes. I did want to provide a little bit of background on it, but there are some changes that have been recommended and suggested by some of the co-sponsors that I want to address, but it's complicated enough that I wanted to describe it for the possibility of conversations with members that might be interested in learning more or have questions. Mr. Chairman, this proposed amendment is really a big step forward, and the concept relates to the work that we've been doing in blockchain and specifically with cryptocurrencies. As everybody in the chamber knows, we've taken a leadership role in blockchain. We've attracted a lot of companies to the state of Wyoming. We have the foremost governance structure in the country and perhaps the world. One thing that we don't necessarily do at this point in time is engage heavily in cryptocurrency work, in working on blockchains, in holding and operating blockchains. And this is an opportunity that I believe the state should take advantage of. This particular amendment would move $10 million from SIPA, where it's at now. Remember, that's the special projects account. This is effectively a special project. It would move that $10 million to the university to be matched dollar for dollar by private matched funds, and those funds are out there. In fact, a couple of years ago, we had a similar amendment at a smaller scale that was matched readily by investment from the private sector in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space. This would be raising $10 million of additional funds to invest effectively in our future in cryptocurrencies and in holding blockchains by creating and operating and maintaining nodes and staking pools for not less than 3 publicly tradable cryptocurrencies. The concept here is the way blockchains work. There's a series of different proofs of work concepts, and then one of those is what's called a proof of stake. In a proof of stake, the cryptocurrency that you hold is staked. What that means is you basically plant it like a stake. It can't be spent. It can't be used. It is held. And the reason it's held is because it operates effectively as the voting mechanism for forging blocks on the blockchain. So it's operating the blockchain instead of being utilized as a currency. It's the voter, so to speak, on the blockchain that lets you do the work. Well, by staking it, revenue comes to the staker. So as you operate the blockchain, as funds are moved through the blockchain, small fees through transactions are provided, and a portion of those fees then go to the operator of the node and the pool. That can be quite lucrative if you have a large enough pool. But it's not just your funds that you necessarily stake. If you have a node on the blockchain, which means that you are the entity that's effectively taking the data from the blockchain, holding it as one of many copies on the blockchain, and then authoritatively verifying transactions on the blockchain, if you do that, other smaller cryptocurrency holders may stake with you. It's called a staking pool. So you operate this staking pool as a node on the blockchain. I realize there's a lot of phrases here. That's why I'm introducing it now. As the node, you can bring in additional resources from all over the world. There are billions of dollars worth of cryptocurrency staked right now. Not a small number of billions, $100+ billion of cryptocurrency staked right now, and they're staked all over the world. If we operated a node in Wyoming, waving the flag of Wyoming, saying we are the leader in blockchain, which we are, and we are operating blockchain nodes securely 24/7 with the infrastructure that we have and the know-how that we have, we can hold that cryptocurrency and then bring in revenue from all over the world through transactions on the blockchain. So we'll not only be talking about blockchain nodes, we'll actually be a part of the blockchain in a meaningful way that brings revenue directly to the state. So this isn't money to spend and go buy fancy things, to go buy new computers, to go buy a new building or anything along those lines. This is a series of resources that would be matched by the private sector, probably in cryptocurrency, to stake on nodes, to operate, authoritatively the blockchain itself. And the recommendation that's provided here is for at least 3 different cryptocurrencies to diversify. Now, here's a big number coming. If we had done this 1 year ago, I just went back, I traveled back in time to April of 2020 and pretended, Mr. Chairman, that we did it at that point in time. If we fast forwarded based on how it would have been done at that time to March, it would be a staking pool worth about $400 million. We probably won't be able to repeat that, but that's the idea. And I'll bring an amendment tomorrow that provides a little more infrastructure and authority and oversight, Mr. Chairman, when we look at it tomorrow. And at this time, without objection, I would like to withdraw second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1 for further revision. Thank you.
Second reading amendment number 13 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn without objection. I would like to recognize our former state senator, Kurt Myers from Goshen County, who is now our state treasurer. Senator. State Treasurer Myers.
Is he over here?
I'm sorry.
Right here.
Wait a minute, it's third reading. Don't give me
How many amendments has he got?
There is a question, a little joke about that. I had a lot of third reading amendments. You know, I wanted to sneak them in there before anybody knew what they were, what was there, and they'd have to come off in conference, but don't overdo that tactic. It's not a good idea, is what I'd say. But I spent a good deal of time right there in the same seat that Larry's in. And the reason I was there is because Phil Nicholas was right beside me, and he was the governor, so I wouldn't get out of control, So, but we certainly enjoyed the time here. Some of the old colleagues that I've seen, Dave did a great job on a couple of bills that were coming in here. And I texted you, Dave, you really did a good job explaining that. And we did our asset allocation basically on those bills passing. And I can tell you that will result in almost a 1% increase both in the PMTF and in the educational funding. And I came up with that idea when Adrian Orr from New Zealand, who heads the New Zealand Fund, was at our first Treasurers Conference. And he had a slide with reference portfolios on it. And I said, I've got to see what this can do for us. And you guys are making a hell of a difference. I just want to say that, excuse my language, you really are. And I thank you for the jobs that you're doing because I'm getting all choked up, I really am. What's that? Yeah, right. But anyway, thanks again for everything you do. I'll stop by and you're always welcome during the session here. I'm going to camp out down there. I usually take an hour or two up at the top shop and get things kind of lined out there with Deputy Don. And we'll head down there and you're always welcome to stop in. We're kind of getting it to where we have some water, some coffee, picking up a few little nut packages and stuff like that. There's a cell phone charger down there if you need to charge your phone. If you probably got that lined out, but we're trying to make it a little homey. Got to find some artwork. I think you guys need some artwork too. Wow. Just to kind of make it look a little bit more like home. But I'm going to let you get back to the work of the people. And thank you again for what you're doing. Yeah.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. While the treasurer's here and what he just said, just to give you some context, particularly for folks that are new in this, when he talks about 1% additional return to the PMTF and a 1% additional return to the Common School Permanent Land Fund, you're talking about in the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, that's $80 million a year that is available available to the state that doesn't raise a single dollar of tax. Right. And it's $50 million a year to help fund school education. So that's such an important job the treasurer does. I just wanted to give you some context about what he just said and how important that is. Thank you, treasurer. Thank you.
State Treasurer Kurt Myers, it's always a pleasure to have you back on the floor and to see you back in the Wyoming Senate. And so the next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 14, section 300s.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So I was inspired by a previous bill that was talked on for many hours regarding transparency and accountability. Not only was the bill talked on for many hours, but so were the amendments as well. So in the spirit of transparency, I'm bringing back this little amendment from last year, and at a very substantially discounted price. So this will provide the transparency that so many of you were so passionate about having in the previous bill, and it would cost less than what you were arguing for. So what it would do is it would bring digital voting abilities to our desks, and it would also give the ability to have it displayed not only to the gallery, but also to the floor as well. It would go directly to the website, and it would have many other capabilities. This is a homegrown system. I talked with LSO about this. They would be able to do pretty much whatever we asked of them to have the system do. Any concerns about having the security on the desk? Just like now, the chief clerk would have the ability to turn on and off the roll call. So whenever we do a roll call, chief clerk would turn it on. When we're done, turn it off. And as far as anything else, I mean, any extra costs that come along with it, everything that would need to be done is included in that price tag of $150,000. So all the other stuff that we've been arguing for, this is by far less. So in the spirit of transparency and very bargain price, I ask that you pass this amendment, and I stand for any questions.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm the guy that when my wife first bought a blackberry or a blueberry or whatever kind of berry it was, and I'd tell her, I say, hey, make an appointment for this Friday. And she'd say, get your own phone. Get your own phone. She just forces me to be an early adopter like her. And I get it. I think it's important. And I've thought about automated voting in here, but you know, I kind of like voting the same way they did in the territorial days. I like the roll call. I like taking a pen and a piece of paper and kind of keeping track of votes. And maybe we'll go to the electronic voting someday. It's just anachronistic enough to really be endearing the way that we do things. And then if we went electronic, what would happen to Ellen? What would we do without Ellen?
We're leaving Ellen alone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, on and against this matter. Mr. Chairman, I know this is a popular enthusiasm, but we've looked at it a number of times before. And what the practical implications, and it has nothing really to do with the technology, is that if you, with a body of this size, you go to an electronic voting system, it significantly increases the time to take the vote, because you've got to leave it open for long enough for everybody to get back and vote and pay attention and vote. And it just plain takes longer than our current roll call system. My judgment is if we were to adopt this, In addition to the fact, I think it'd probably cost more than is specified here. It would mean we'd have to change our rules so we didn't take so many roll calls, or we would not get a bunch of our work done. And it's actually true, same thing down the hall where there's twice as many. We timed that a few times to see how that would be. And I have, Mr. Chairman, I have witnessed other states a number of times with their systems, and either they're quick and people find it an easy way to duck votes they don't care to make, or they leave it open longer and it takes more time. And it's a product of just human nature, the way it works that way, and the technology really doesn't change that. So this is promoted as increasing transparency, but Mr. Chairman, the practical effect is exactly the opposite.
Senator Perkins. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had Senator Case before. I will recognize Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, for a number of years, I've kind of had the opportunity to serve as the chairperson of the Select Committee on Legislative Process and Technology. We've actually investigated this a couple of different times, and it is often suggested that this would increase transparency in the legislature. And if you look at how electronic voting is used in other bodies around the country, you'll find that actually Wyoming's votes are recorded and made available to the public at a much higher rate than other legislatures. So you kind of have to separate out the mechanism for casting the vote and how votes are presented to the public. So for example, if we don't use, we have voice votes in committee of the whole, is the desire to take and make those votes available to the public. And that's a fair question, but we could do that with a roll call in committee of the whole. It's not traditionally done. We'd have to agree to do that. But committee of the whole does have its purpose as unlimited debate. And so, but that is really one of the few places where, there's a conflict there. When we have a rule, and not all legislative bodies have the rule, that we will record and take a roll call vote on monetary matters. Many legislative bodies don't do that. They will do second reading and third reading votes on monetary matters with a voice vote, not the Wyoming legislature. Very proud of us for that. So you have to separate in your mind the difference between this mechanism of pushing a button and whether that yields transparency or not. Because when it comes to transparency, we're very close to the top, if not the top. We truly are. Now, what about the time frame for casting the votes? And how that happens, and whether you allow people to have a vote, look at other votes that are up and change it back and forth. It gets a little wild when you see how that actually happens. If you've ever seen the Congress, it's kind of disappointing when you see the votes like that, I'm very partial to the fact that your name is called and you cast your vote. That's whether you are on the video monitor now or not. But we have electronic voting in the sense that our votes are made available on the internet very rapidly, within minutes. That's another thing that Wyoming can be proud of. So when you cast a vote, we have improved that system and got it faster and faster, and it goes out and it's available. So we have a good system now. It's up to you whether you want a button on your desk or not, but don't presume that having a button on your desk will change and increase levels of transparency. We already are at the top.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, on and against it. And just to follow up on what my good friend from Lander just said a second ago. If you go on the internet right now, the last one we looked at, the previous amendment, it's already listed as withdrawn. I mean, it's already on the website as withdrawn. And in fact, you're looking, I haven't refreshed here in a minute, but the vote on the prior amendment's already up. The vote on the previous prior amendment's already up. Your A and your nay is already listed there for the world to see. It's on the internet. It's never going away. And we might even do blockchain nodes to just lock it in forever. But I just underscore this fact that we have this incredible marriage of technology and tradition here that the transparency is pretty darn phenomenal. The ability to record and track what we do here is pretty darn phenomenal. I appreciate the heart of, and I get this, the bringer of the amendment, always commend the bringer of the amendment on these because this is his passion. This is the passion of the bringer of the amendment is about transparency. We have a difference of opinion on this. I believe, not on transparency, but on whether this enhances transparency or not. But I just want to recognize and commend the bringer for the amendment because his heart and his mind are squarely in the right place. I think all of us agree that transparency is important. I like the way that we do it, and I'm proud of the fact that, again, it's so much faster. It's quite frankly much faster than the other states, and it really does. Your votes are recorded out there in minutes of what it is. Your aye and your no is right by your name. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll just be real quick because there's all the discussions have had it true, but right now I don't know if this is something we'd want to do. We just went through a national election and there's a lot of distrust about electronic voting all over the country right now as to the way those things happen. So, you know, I'm proud of the fact that I have to step up and got to take the easy ones and the hard ones and say yay or nay on the floor. It's on the website. But I would be right now, I don't know that this is a good direction to go, given the national distrust associated with electronic voting, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, but I appreciate the sentiment as well. The idea of us ensuring that we're rapidly reporting, that we have transparency, that it's clear to our constituents how we're voting, when we're voting in a timely manner. Mr. Chairman, I do think we accomplish all of those right now, and we do effectively have electronic voting. We just don't have the push button system. And Mr. Chairman, I'm as technology forward and positive early adopter as anyone could possibly be, but there are times when it's just, I think, appropriate for us to be a little bit old school when you contemplate our voice being the representative authority of our vote. I think there's meaning to that. And even if we had a perfect system, if it were $1.5 million system available to us that still separated our voice from our vote, I think we should be concerned about that. We do have an exceptional process, I think, at this point, and the good chairman of the technology committee over the years has worked with his crew to ensure that would be the case. So while this is something that, you know, maybe we continue to explore, maybe we can put this on the blockchain to get a public blockchain where we have permanent, immutable, distributed ledger recording of our votes. That would be great. But I still hope that we maintain the voting system that we have, where we cast our votes with our voice for all to hear, sometimes on camera, but certainly on microphone. I think that's really legislating at its best. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further comments before the sponsor takes his second? Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate the conversation. I just want to address a few of the things that were put out there. So I'd just like to reiterate that the chief clerk would be the one to open and close it. So that's how that would work. It'd operate that same way. According to LSO, our roll call system is outdated technology and it hasn't been anything done with it for over 20 years. So it's definitely time. And as far as more transparency, this will allow for the chambers and the people out there in the gallery to be able to see, because the monitors will be up here for everyone to see as well. And with the updated technology, they'll be able to get to the internet faster, which is always nice. And as far as time, thing about technology is you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. Like you can put a certain amount of time before the vote closes. There are other states with far bigger legislatures than us that do in 30 seconds. No reason why we can't. So there's that. And then I'm not sure, as far as also the transparency of our voting records, not sure if any of you have navigated the LSO website, but it's a real pain to try and find each and every single one of our votes. You have to go to each and every single one of our bills, pull it up and try and find each individual vote. You have to go each individual amendment, do the same exact thing. It is very time consuming. This way, for the displayed, people will be able to see right away how we're voting. Take a picture if they want to. Since it'll be on YouTube, they'll be able to do it that way as well. They'll freeze frame, see how we voted. That's the intent, to have that transparency. That's what we don't have right now. It's extremely complicated, extremely difficult to navigate. That's why we need this. We need to get up to the current time frame. Right now, we're not. We're very far behind. Doing it the old ways, fine in some areas, not this way. We need to move forward. Thank you.
Question being called. Second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Amendment number 14, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French excused. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James?
Aye.
Aye. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas excused. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstetter? No. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. Amendment number 14, 5 aye, 23 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 14 to Senate File 1 has failed adoption. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move second amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Folks, this is in 340 in the section 300s. What we're doing here is taking 10 million from the LSRA, moving it to the Wyoming Energy Authority for various carbon capture, utilization, and storage projects. And these will be pending approval of the Wyoming Energy Council, or excuse me, the Wyoming Energy Resources Council and the governor. Ultimately, the contracts for carbon capture projects and coal power plant retrofits will go through quite a process of being approved. In the case of if it's a matching grant situation, it'll be a dollar for dollar. And if anything changes throughout all of this, it has to be done through an act of the legislature. Projects go through the Wyoming Energy Authority and the governor as mentioned. And successful applicants will do 4 different things. They'll increase the knowledge base in the state of carbon capture, sequestration, and management of carbon. Make sure there's some future marketability of the Wyoming carbon-based energy sources. Increase the national and international exposure of the product as it pertains to the innovation of use of carbon-based energy and carbon capture. 3, will add supplemental value to the Wyoming product. 4, finally, if we develop methods or products that advance the future use of carbon-based natural resources, they will also be under consideration. So 4 main things if they're a successful applicant. Folks, I'm not backing off the opportunity that we can use the product that made this state and put infrastructure in every one of your communities. I'm not ready to back down. I think there are still opportunities out there, and I sense that we're probably pretty close to finding a solution with carbon capture. And I'm simply trying to position the state to be ready for that. And with that, I bring you second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Ask for your approval.
Further debate? Seeing none. Senator Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, as we go through this, we've made a lot of really, really difficult cuts today. And I think that one of the things that I appreciate about this amendment is that it's forward-looking. And we need to make investments in our future. We did that earlier today by saying we're going to save 25% of some money so we can put it in, so we've got that for the future. As we look at that, we had another one that was talked about a little while ago that is going to come back, but was withdrawn today. Come back. That's going to come back again. I think it's really interesting to, as you look at these, that at some point you can't just pull in all your horns and just hide and hope that everything works out and hunker down and get in survival mode. We're doing that to some degree, but to the extent we can, and these are some one-time money. This is not money that's going to go out every year. You take some one-time money and you take it and you put it to something that we're actually fairly close on. Wyoming's been a leader in carbon sequestration as far as the law, as far as how we do it, as far as we've been doing it successfully, indirectly in enhanced oil recovery for quite some time. And you look at this is an opportunity to look and when you do this, if we can continue to expand and support and sustain our hydrocarbon energy-based resources and demonstrate that this is clean, that it's a clean energy, that there is a future in the, and we've seen this with the events of Texas and the cold weather snap that they had before, that the contribution that hydrocarbons make to the base load and consistency and reliability of our energy is important. And we have a role to play in that. And this is an important investment in our future to try and ensure or to continue to have an ability to play a role in providing energy for this nation and to do it in a way that's even cleaner than we do it now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been against most of all the budget amendments today, pretty consistently. But on this particular one, just like to say that coal, we'll just talk about coal. Sweetwater has coal, excuse me. Campbell has coal. Coal built the state. I think this is a small investment to make for our people that work in the industry and for the future that built our state. All the schools have done an awful lot. It's done an awful lot for us. And I think, frankly, we owe it to the industry to invest in it and to see if we can make a go of this and sell this product as clean. It is a good, reliable product. As aforementioned, Texas knows what it's like now to be without some reliable production of power. So I stand for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm that this money could also be used by the University of Wyoming and their research facility, both on campus and up in the area in the northern part of our state that they're doing carbon capture research. So I just want to make sure that the university could have access to these funds. Thank you.
Further comments by the floor. Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, on and for this amendment, the need is there for the research on hydrocarbons. And we're not just talking about coal. Natural gas has the same problem that we need to capture. So all around the world, they're looking for someone to do this. We've got 3 entities in the Donkey Creek area up there in your area, working on trying to capture carbon and win the super prize. And this really needs to be done. It needs to be done 10 years ago, actually, so that we would protect our industries. And so on and for the amendment. Thank you.
Further comments by the floor. Mr. President, for your second time. I'm sorry, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so let's talk about what we're really trying to do here. Wyoming's the #1 coal reserve state in the United States. We have more coal than anybody else, with the exception of maybe Alaska, but you can't get to 95% of it. If we're going to continue to burn coal 10, 20, 30 years out, this is the way we're going to do it. And if we conquer this technology and we're able to pioneer this information and develop these markets, guess what? The good old days are back, folks. $1 billion surpluses are possible because we have the coal, we'll have the technology. You're going to save jobs. I just go down and I look at the counties right now where we either have coal mines or coal-fired power plants. Just think about trying to save all those jobs and that future revenue and what it means to the state of Wyoming. It's a game changer, folks. It's a game changer. It's the future of the state of Wyoming. On and for the amendment.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Over the years, I know that Wyoming has invested in carbon capture technology. I'd be wondering from the bringers of the amendment and others, if we have a total amount that we've invested so far in this field. I'm just a little concerned about continued investment. I want to believe in our coal industry and I want to believe in this technology, but I also just want to have all the information in making the decision to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whiteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to tag along on that, to me, the only thing green about green energy is the money, dollar signs. And I worry that the farther we go down this rabbit hole, the more they're going to keep moving the goalposts on us. How much money is it going to take before we realize they're going to keep moving the goalposts? The people that want to kill coal are going to figure out other ways to kill coal and keep it in the ground. So let's be careful about taking money out of our savings account and dumping it into these types of projects where we don't know what the end game is going to be. If they're going to keep moving the goalposts on us, oh, you guys got zero carbon coal. Well, we still don't want it. It's dirty. They'll figure out something. So I'm just urging a little caution. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Senator Cooper and then Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 2, that first paragraph, it talks about national and international exposure. If we have the carbon capture technology that we're so close to getting now, that allows us to go onto the global market. We sell carbon capture. We tell them we got the coal to back it up, the cleanest coal in the world and the most abundant sources. It puts us back in the coal business. The carbon capture also helps us with the hydrogen technology that we're trying to develop. We got to finish up the carbon capture so that we can develop the hydrogen. So we enter the hydrogen, the fuel cell market. We want to be the leaders in that too. So like the good senator behind me said, yeah, coal is part of our past, but it's a huge part of our future. Carbon capture is a huge part of our future. Hydrogen is. This is a minimal investment with many, many multiples of return on it. Thank you, sir.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of good debate on this. As far as the other side and what goes, they really aren't the other side. They're trying for a cleaner, better world. And here's the interesting part. The goalposts never quit moving, folks. Doesn't matter where you go. That's life. Head down the path, goalposts go somewhere else. Wyoming's best shot they have for a path forward is diversifying our economy through some other things we've done. But let's not forget that 60% of our state budget is still paid by what we're talking about right here. They're paying our bills today. They paid them for, they were up to 80% at one time. They're down to 60% now, but they still pay our bills. And the key is do not abandon what brought us here. And we also got to keep in mind, the gas tank's not empty, it's full. We've got some of the biggest coal reserves in the world left. For every coal plant that goes offline in the United States, 3 new ones are being built in China. So the demand for the product's still there, folks. It's figuring out how to use that product, do what we can with it the best. And I'll tell you, $10 million is a drop in the bucket when it comes to research. This money will be leveraged by a lot of other places. And should it hit in some way, it could bring a return to us. If you want to talk about the good old days in Wyoming, have them figure out what to do with CO2 off coal, and we'll be back to the good old days because we still have the best product there is. When you look at the size of our budget, the money we spend, what we do in our university, this is one of the cheapest investments they'll make. If we can find more ways to do it, I'm willing to do more. Bet on things that have had success. Don't abandon where you're at and look forward, embrace what it is, and find out how we can make it better. And if you don't do this, I can guarantee you the goalposts will tip over and be gone. You lost the game. You have to start take a run at it. You won't score if you don't pick the ball up and run at what you think is the goalpost. I encourage you to vote yes.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Just to answer the questions, going back and checking, question was asked, how much have we spent on carbon sequestration research? And the answer is, you know, it's not just in carbon capture and sequestration, but the state certainly has spent a lot of money to develop facilities for research. That comes to mind. I think there was $15 million that went into the ITC, which is up in your part of the country, Mr. Chairman. The ITC has actively been there. That 15 million has attracted multiple times 15 million in research from all over the world to come there and research in that. We've invested, so there's 15 million there, although it's not specifically for carbon sequestration, but it's certainly a lot of that is going on there. There's also, I don't remember what we invested in High Bay. The High Bay was, seems to me that was about 12 or so million dollars. The High Bay, the high bays are just big high bays where you can develop research projects and do inside that. And those are over in Albany County and affiliated with the university. We've spent that. We've spent money. We spend money every year to fund the School of Energy Resources, which does significant research, not just in carbon sequestration, but in all kinds of energy development and research. So the School of Energy Resources do that. So ultimately, we're spending tens of millions of dollars every year in these types of things, trying to both find in pure research and trying to go to applied research and then develop into applied technology. So we're doing those types of things, but this is one of the first times we've got a foray in where you're going to have an expenditure that we hope in the end will develop in a scale up and start having production size facilities that actually do this and can get this moving forward. So that's not again, it's a mixed question. I do not remember any specific amounts of money that were specifically allocated and applied only for carbon sequestration, but it's embedded in a lot of the different things we've done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the best answer I can give to that question right now.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I would add to that, I can remember a specific project that we voted on that resulted in a well in Sweetwater County exploring some of the prospects of deep sequestration of CO2. We discovered actually quite a bit that the pore spaces down there are full of something, and that's something actually generated lithium that would have been a byproduct if that was ever developed down there. That advanced the knowledge quite a bit. I don't remember the specific amount, but it was a project where we actually moved the goalpost forward quite a bit in learning the fundamentals. So that's another one that we did in the past.
Anybody else for their first time before we go to the second time? Senator Anderson, for your second time?
Really?
Is this your first time?
Well, I don't know.
I don't remember.
Whatever you say.
I think it's two.
Whatever you say. That well reminds me that we drilled another well up there in the
Campbell County area to check the very same thing to see what the porosity was on the rocks down there. And we have another one scheduled to do the same thing. Those are not that big of projects, but they're more that School of Energy Resources has done in the recent years to see what we could do with carbon capture. Other than that, if it is my second time, I sure want us to pass this and would recommend that you vote yes. Thank you.
Any further for your second time, Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I appreciate the information that was added about how much we've invested. I think, you know, with caution, I do support this amendment because I understand the return on investment, if it works out and pans out, will be significant for Wyoming. But I think we, on carbon capture and any kind of related research we've done, I do have concerns about our expectations and how we circle back, because I do think we look at these opportunities for research to figure out something new and innovative. We get excited, we pin a lot of hope on them, and when they don't pan out, it's pretty devastating. And so I think, you know, going forward, I'll certainly do a better job as a state senator to understand where we are and how close we are. And maybe we're close, maybe we're not, but I am a little uneasy that on where we are. I just don't know.
To close it out, is there a question being called? Let's go to Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator
Good discussion,
Dostetter.
folks. Quick reference on the university there, subject to approval by the University of Wyoming Energy Resources. They better be in the middle of it because we put a lot of money into that place. And cold, yeah. As far as being concerned whether we're there or not, I think it's our obligation to save that which has put this state together year after year. From our towns, our counties, our schools, to settle back in and say, well, I'll just watch a little closer. No, we're going to get something done. Don't just watch it, step up and help. The goalpost, that's the least of my worry. My worry is that we don't have a carbon capture plan put together and solved so that we save hundreds and hundreds of jobs across this state and all the spin-off economies in all of our communities across Wyoming. Ask for your approval, Mr. Chairman.
Question.
Question being called, second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call on amendment number 15. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French excused. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas excused. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger?
Aye.
Aye. President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 15, 23 aye, 5 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 15 to Senate File 1 has been adopted. The next amendment, the final amendment for our consideration tonight is second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1. Would the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, second reading amendment number 19, section 300s.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1 and would ask this body's favorable consideration. Senators, what this amendment would do would create an education programs advisory task force. And rather than go through the composition of it first, I direct you to look at page 2, paragraph C. The purpose of this would be for the group to work with relevant stakeholders to look at our education program, maybe identify some alternatives and develop some recommendations and modifications to our existing educational program system to ensure that we're being thorough, efficient, and adequate. And I use those words deliberately, Mr. Chairman, because those are the words that are used in our Constitution. For years, we have had a recalibration process where we are supposed to look at what we're providing in the basket of goods, what those cost, and what it means to deliver an education in Wyoming. In my time in the legislature, which has been brief compared to others, but in watching it historically, we seem to not look outside the existing model we have. The exercise seems to be a recosting exercise. And I think we're missing some opportunities to really understand if there's a different way of doing it, if there are other ways of not only looking for efficiencies, but actually improving on our education system. I think what I've heard sitting in your education committee is there's not going to be a lot of change. Teacher salaries are teacher salaries, inflation's inflation, regional cost adjustments, cost of living indexes, those things are pretty static. But I do think there are different ways that we need to be thinking about education. Our system is very reliant on a notion of seat time, how much a kid is actually sitting in a classroom with a teacher in front of them. And I think we've learned a lot this last year in light of the COVID epidemic, the possibilities that technology brings. And so the purpose of this, and this is where I'll get to the composition, is to really tap into some Wyoming leaders by having our state superintendent be on this task force. She or her designee would serve as the chair. But paragraph 2, Romanet 2 on page 1, you would see that we would ask 4 persons from the private sector representing business and industry and giving a preference to persons with at least one child currently attending a Wyoming public school or who graduated from a Wyoming public school. Those individuals be 2 appointed by the Senate, 2 appointed by the House, but really tap into some private sector knowledge. We'd also incorporate someone from the Wyoming community colleges, a president who would be appointed by their commission, someone from the governor's office, a person who works in early childhood development or literacy. That is a strong passion for the Senate Education Chairman and I, because we are very concerned about our early literacy reading proficiency rates. Going on to page 2, there'd also be a recommendation to include a person who's a guidance counselor or somebody who works in career technical education to be appointed by the superintendent of public instruction. We want to include the president of the University of Wyoming or their designee, as well as a member of the Senate and a member of the House, each chosen by their respective chambers. These members would be appointed before May 1st, and they would exist only for a brief period of time until May 1st of 2022. Going on through the rest of the amendment, just some conforming language about how they would be compensated. And then going on to page 3, you would see a very modest appropriation of $35,000 from the general fund to offset the cost of mileage and just the expenses of having this type of task force. Any unobligated funds would revert. So I'm happy to answer and to go into details about more of this if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, but in light of the discussion we've had today, it is time that we try and look at something different. And I think that this modest amount could yield significant savings in the long term if we do it and tackle it properly. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration.
Further debate, Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure willing to go along with the idea. I think anything we can do to get a look at this is not a bad thing. I just had a question about the opportunity to appoint a consultant and was wondering, knowing what we've run into before, consultants are not cheap. I just wonder if there's any idea of what that figure might look like. Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, it's, again, I think it's a laudable purpose. We need to have this conversation on multiple levels. And my compliments to the bringer of the bill. In her time in the Senate, in the legislature, she's learned really, really well about how to legislate through the budget, which is really something we're trying to get away from. If you notice today, one of the amendments we did earlier stripped out a bill that did a similar thing. An amendment that did a similar thing. It was a bill that was put in the budget over some objections last year that we stripped out regarding the Casper office building. It's just an example. I just bring that as an example of action taken today. This is exactly what a bill would look like, a standalone bill. And we've been horrible as a legislature in the past. We've been horrible about doing these types of things. I think we've made, particularly in this body, we've made great strides going forward to not legislate through the budget. And we can get in all that, that ultimately, if you go back and review the Constitution with respect to budget bills, that's why we've been trying to do it. We're getting better. We're not there yet. You can vote this up or vote this down with respect to doing that. But overall, we've got to continue to move away from doing these types of legislation in the budget bill. It's not the right mechanism. You know, we need to have these bills where they go through the process, get fully vetted, and they understand. But, you know, I understand that this is, the bringer of the bill is not doing anything that hasn't been done before. And so, but in again, we're on against the bill because just trying to clean up what we do and how we do the budget. And we're getting better all the time. And this is a step backwards in that regard. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further debate by the floor. Senator Dockstader or Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to address something. Hey, run off here. There he is. The fellow over here in the northeast corner raised a question of the consultant on this group. Speaking as somewhat of an expert in this, 40 years in the consulting business, I really wonder about the value of that, sir.
Senator Scott.
I said I wonder about the value.
Mr. Chairman, vote up or vote it down on the procedural issues, but this is something that needs doing. The results we're getting from our current education system are simply not satisfactory. And this is an attempt to do something about it, something we need to do.
Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of the Senate Education Committee, I fully support this, and I hope others would as well. Thank you.
Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I know we need to get to the end, but the chairman always reminds us that we really should be doing this through standing committees. And so my question is, if we don't get this passed, can the standing committee lead the way and get some of this done? I guess that's the ultimate question. Thank you.
Hey, I believe, is there any other, Mr. President, Senator Dockstader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The part that intrigues me, and I know we've done this, we've been down this route, the consultant part, that's the scary part of it. But what draws my eye are those 4 people from the private sector representing business and industry. 2008 recession took my business to its knees. I thought, oh my goodness, what are we going to do? We spent 2, 3, 4 years coming out of it. And I remember speaking to someone in the education industry. I said, does anybody realize there's a great recession out there? Schools didn't feel it, didn't know there was a great recession. My Main Street business did. My Main Street business that pays a payroll tax, employs people. We still haven't given back the benefits they had, the health care, the retirement, all of that disappeared. So if we can bring 4 people in from the private sector representing business and industry, what I call the reality check, and I'm for this. This one's worth a try.
Are you ready for the question? Senator Ellis, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great questions and great points made. I'll confess, I am always a cynic and a skeptic when it comes to creating a task force. Always. I think we rely on a little too much. But as I've been working on the education committee, one of the challenges we have is with the setup that we've created for ourselves. When we want to talk about an issue in the interim, as elected members, we have to go hat in hand and go to the management council and say, here's a really important issue. I'm passionate about it. I want to study it. I want to work on it in the interim. And I've seen that happen where management council looks you square in the eye and says, no, you can't. And so then what? I can promise you, if I take this to management council, I have great confidence in our senators that serve on that body, but looking at the entire composition of that group, I don't think this would be approved as an interim topic. And that baffles me because really at the end of the day, this is getting really smart people together to say, sit in a room, reach out to some stakeholders and help us come up with some ideas that maybe can guide us through those lengthier legislative processes that will require significant change to anything related to education. And so I am sensitive to the fact about legislating through the budget. I think that is a valid concern. I think what distinguishes this, for me at least, is that there's no outcome expected here. We don't direct them to come up with a certain conclusion. It's really open-ended and it's really intended to be a very short-term entity. So, you know, I appreciate the concerns, but, you know, I have them as well. But if we don't start doing something different, then, you know, we put this on a shelf. Maybe we'll bring a bill again next year. Maybe we'll fund it. Maybe we won't. And every year that we kick the can down the road, we're wasting and missing opportunities to get our education system, to me, maybe on a different path. So I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called, second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Roll call, Amendment 19, Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Whitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis?
Aye.
Aye. French excused. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Cole? I'm sorry. Pappas, excused. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Amendment number 19, 15 aye, 13 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 19 to Senate File 1 has been adopted. What failed? And briefly, if I may, as all of you know, I'm a big sports fan. And so I've been keeping track of today's proceedings like it's a baseball game. And I have named the Appropriations Committee the All-Star Appropriations Committee. Yeah! Versus the Senate All-Stars. And the All-Star Appropriations Committee mascot is the Lions. And the Senate All-Stars, well, their mascot, they're the Christians. So it's been the Lions versus the Christians. And the final score, Lions, they missed an extra point, 19, Christians, 5. And so I would like to compliment, and I would like the Senate to join me. I don't believe I have seen a Senate Appropriations Committee hold their budget as well as they have today. And so for all your hard work, I'd like to compliment you and thank you for your work. Thank you. And with that, Senate File 1, second, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. And I believe at this point, we will take a 10-minute, we will go to Senator Hicks and then to Senator Perkins. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank the members of the Appropriation Committee. We spent, they in particular, because I was attending, I was recovering from COVID pneumonia for part of that and was attending a lot of those, actually laying in bed with my computer in front of me because I couldn't get out of bed. But they worked really hard on it. I'd like to thank our, our former chairman, Senator Bebout, who I would share with you that he was very interested in what we were doing in December, very interested in January. By February, his ardor was starting to slip a little bit. And by March, I'm not even sure that he even cares. But anyway, he's adjusting to life without that. But the other side of it too is, again, thank you, members. We're only 5 votes out of 30, and we don't hold anything without you doing that. We understand and appreciate the trust you've placed in us. And we, again, just right back at you. Thank you for working with us. And we got some messages today, and we'll carry those forward with the will of the body. And it's only halftime. We get to do this again Friday. Also, you might just, as far as we can take all the time we want on Friday, because right now the forecast is for 2 to 3 feet of snow starting Thursday through Sunday. So many of us may not be going anywhere this weekend. I was hoping actually to get home before the snowstorm, and then I would attend virtually next week, but it looks like those plans may not work. So we'll keep an eye on the weather for everybody as this happens. But again, thank you. It was a long day and a good day. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the Senate.
Really a whole noon on Saturday.
And I believe Senator Kinsky.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to say this. I wish for every new member of the Senate to have the good fortune that I have had in terms of chairman. I was appointed after John Schiffer passed, and I was fortunate to have Leland Christensen as my chairman in judiciary, and he was always very respectful as members, trying to help us develop. My next chairman was Senator Bebout, who likewise was careful to try and help people come along, help them learn. My next chairman has been Drew Perkins, and he runs an appropriations committee very differently than Senator Bebout, but every bit as effectively, and takes care to make sure that we understand, that we come along, that we learn, that we grow and develop. And I wish the same for everybody in terms of their Senate experience, to have a chairman that helps them learn and grow, because we have made any number of mistakes, and this has been a very forgiving chairman. And I say thank you to Chairman Perkins for stepping up and taking the helm on the Appropriations Committee.
Okay, I think at this point, the next thing for us to do is to take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back, and I believe the majority floor leader will have a motion to go into committee of the whole. So let's take a 10-minute break. We will be back at 7:22 at the sound of the gavel.
Committee of the whole. Yeah.
Standing committee reports, please.
March 10, 2021. Mr. President, to Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 133, prohibiting abortifacients and chemical abortions. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with the recommendation that it do pass. Aye, Senators Bouchard, Furphy, Hutchings, McEwen. No, Senator Baldwin. Senator Baldwin, Chair. March 10, 2021, Mr. President, to Committee Number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 143, School Finance Funding Model Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Aye, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Salazar, and Scott. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Scott, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resolve ourselves into committee of the whole.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Senator Wasserberger, I don't think we've got enough work out of you today. Come on back up.
Mr. President, well, folks, we're going to spend about 30 minutes. Let's be pretty expeditious. See if we can knock out 4 or 5 bills and try to be out of the way. I don't intend to hold you all night. We've had a good day, everybody. Let's be expeditious.
Committee of Whole will please come to order. First bill for our consideration is Senate File 148. The reading clerk will please read the Senate file.
Senate File 148, Requirements Relating to Depositors Amendments, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss, an act relating to special purpose depository institutions, was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Aye, Senators Anderson, Beitman, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 148 do pass. And to explain this great bill is Senator Rothfuss, please.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Senate File 148 is a late cleanup request that was made after we concluded our business as the Blockchain Select Committee. So this is sponsored by a number of members of the Blockchain Select Committee. It is a very short bill, which is great, which is why we're doing it tonight, that strikes effectively 4 words out of the statute that we drafted a couple of years ago on special purpose depository institutions. Recall, this is the new bank charter that was created to specifically deal with custodianship of digital assets, and it's 100% cash reserve. We've been through all of this before, and those that aren't familiar with it, I'd be happy to sit down and talk through the nuances. But these are obviously a very big deal. It brought a lot of national and international attention to the state of Wyoming. We have 2 special purpose depository institution charters that have been granted. There are at least 3 more that are in queue. Those special purpose depository institutions will have potentially billions of dollars worth of assets being brought to Wyoming. And one of those was recently valued at around, or they're looking for a valuation for their initial public offering, the company that has one of those charters, at around $20 billion. So big dollars, good business for Wyoming. But one of the things that we found, or that was found by them as they started trying to operate under the legislation that we put forward, was that we included a little language here, thank you, which indicates that they have to, when they're selecting a depositor or engaging with the depositor, that depositor has to be in good standing with the jurisdiction in the United States in which it is incorporated or organized. So this specifically precludes any non-United States depositors from engaging with them, like, for example, all of the hedge funds of the world. which is a bit of a problem for them and kind of goes against the business model that they intend to work with a lot of international entities. Our Division of Banking has actually signed MOUs with a couple of foreign national governments specific to special purpose depository institutions. This is an incredibly big deal. And so the Speedy Banks came to us and asked us, is this intentional? Is this supposed to be here? Because this is going to hold back our business operations. So we checked in with the Division of Banking and absolutely nobody could figure out why we had this language in it. We do not hold state chartered banks, which this is the equivalent of, right? This is a state chartered bank with specific custody and some changes in the surety that they have to have in place. State chartered banks are capable of engaging. There is no restriction on them. And in general, we created a parallel between state chartered bank rights and authorities and these Speedy Banks rights and authorities. So again, nobody seems to know the reason why we would want this. We do have heightened requirements for engagement with foreign nationals and foreign corporations through our Bank Secrecy Act, that's federal, Know Your Customer, and anti-money laundering requirements, that's KYC AML. And all of those would still be in place. There's really nothing special about it. So again, a little cleanup that ensures our Speedy Banks are capable of engaging in the business as intended. And I hope the body will be supportive of it at the request. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Anderson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation that Senate File 148 do pass, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate File 148 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration, Senate File 122. There are two amendments. Would the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 122, Wyoming Agriculture Authority, sponsored by Senator Boner, an act relating to agriculture and livestock, was referred to committee number 2, which returned to committee recommendation. Was first referred to committee number 5, Agriculture, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Boner, French, Cost, and Wasserberger. Excused Senator Bouchard. Senator Boner, Chairman. Was re-referred to committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom referred a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 122. There is a standing committee amendment. I ask that it be read in at this time.
Senate File 122, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, page 29, line 14, delete.
Senator Boner.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead and move standing committee amendment number 1. We'll get to that in to Senate File 122. We'll get to that after we go through the explanation of the bill. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a topic of discussion over the interim for your number 5 committee. It didn't quite get enough work and enough focus to get ready for prime time, but so here it is as a personal bill. And it's in response to what we dealt with over the pandemic, but it's really brought into sharp relief that some issue that's been building for some time, we've been discussing for some time in this chamber and throughout the state. It's in response primarily to changes in the way that we process our agricultural products and actually get them to market. Over the past 10 to 15 years, we've seen consolidation of this industry even more than it's already been a little bit monopolistic to begin with. But we see 80% of the protein that's processed in this country is controlled by 4 major companies. What's changed, however, is a consolidation of cross proteins as well as an increasingly international element is becoming more and more the norm. So we're not just competing as farmers and ranchers to get our product to the market, which is increasingly challenging sometimes. We're dealing with other competition from across the world that's often subsidized by foreign governments. Of those 4 big packers, for example, one's owned outright by a communist party in East Asia, another one's subsidized heavily by a Brazilian government. So we're waking up to this reality. And while it's very cheap, it's also exceptionally frail, as we learned during the pandemic. But it's not just during the pandemic.
It's, there could be a fire and there has been fires. So some of these large processing plants, all of a sudden you're dealing with a serious supply disruption. So we've talked a lot about value added to lots of different products in the state. I'd argue this is an opportunity of adding value to our ag products. We've also talked about increasing the amount of small to mid-size processing plants in the state. And this is a direct response and a more sustainable option from the state of Wyoming to really make some headway. So first of all, so it's the Wyoming Agricultural Authority modeled after the Wyoming Energy Authority. There's two objectives with this organization, this new organization. First of all, we can offer low interest loans the same way the the Community Development Authority or the Energy Authority in theory can offer these loans to increase that midstream capacity, if you will, if you talk about oil and gas, or to make sure that we have a resilient supply chain to get our products to market for our number 3 industry. But it's also an opportunity to reorganize state government in a way that is net neutral to the general fund and basically differentiate between the functions that are currently spread over at least 3 or 4 different state agencies that actually support agriculture, between the Business Council, Department of Agriculture, even state lands used to have some weed and pest functions, for example. Those are all scattered. And even the Department of Agriculture, frankly, is more of a regulatory agency. They're there for consumer protection. That's their number 1 priority, rightfully so. So it's also an opportunity to reorganize, and that would be something that we'd engage in over the interim with the Ag Committee if this bill passes. So the idea is if you flip over to page 4, trying to be as expeditious as possible. The idea would be that we'd actually go into effect, this Ag Authority would go into effect July 1st of 2022. And so we'd appoint the board members on July 1st of this year. So we'd have a year working with the new board and the Ag Committee to really iron out whatever details need to be ironed out, both in terms of the reorganization, but also the details of the bill. The one part that we have to get right off the bat, I would point out, is the board. So if you look on page 4 and going on to page 5, it's going to be a 7-member board. Once again, this is taken the Energy Authority as our model. 4-year terms, of course, that's appointed by the governor with advice and consent of the Senate. The majority of the people on the board have to be from the state of Wyoming. And then if you get to the bottom of page 5, we delineate who would be on this board. That's part of an amendment we'll get to later. But for now, we have 2 members in beef production, 1 member in sheep production, 2 in crop production, 1 member in financing ag business. For all you mathematicians out there, that's 6 of the 7. The idea being that we could leave basically an at-large seat for the governor to pick, or we could have more direction in the amendment that's coming up a little bit later. So that's the board. Like I said, that's the important part that we have to get right off the bat. But then we move on to some other important concepts. Going on to page 13. And so the first question is, and this is something that's we've dealt with the Energy Authority, is this going to be competing with the private sector? Answer is absolutely not. So you look on paragraph D on page 13, it stipulates clearly that this Ag Authority isn't going to be financing any projects or anything like that. If it's already happening in the private sector, then paragraph E goes into some very specific detail as how we ensure that does not happen. Any proposed action, any loans, any bonds that we let by this authority is going to have to be, if there's a proposed action, it has to be published, and there's going to be an opportunity to respond to ensure that if there's going to be something the private sector is going to do the job, say, build a small to mid-sized processing plant, the private sector has an opportunity to do so. And that's a really important concept. If you go back to the pipeline authority, there are some times where they started down the road of developing a project, but then somebody in the private sector jumped in and said, hey, well, I'll actually take care of this opportunity here. And that's really important, I think, especially in the meat processing industry, where the barrier to entry can be quite high due, if nothing else, to the regulatory burden. Going to page 15, like I said, one of the primary objectives of this is to offer low interest loans, loans below the market rate. It's capped right now on page 15 at $50 million per project. The idea being that we're going to preclude any sort of large processing facility. That is part of the problem. For comparison to the Energy Authority, that's $1 billion for the Energy Authority. So obviously these
facilities are quite a bit less expensive than what we have for, say, a pipeline, for example. We also, a significant change is on page 16. The loan shall be no less than 1%. That's a little bit lower, just acknowledging the very the exceptionally low rates for municipal bonds. Currently, maybe that'll change by the time this bill goes through the process, who knows? But that's the minimum. There's nothing to say they can't charge it higher. The idea being that you offer these loans obviously somewhere between the municipal bond rate and the what the actual going rate is in the market. So moving on, this will be funded. It gives the authority the ability to generate revenue bonds similar to the Wyoming Community Development Authority, similar to the Energy Authority. So it's a well-tested concept in state government. We just be adding something for our third largest industry. And once again, on page 19, we cap out the total amount of bonds they can issue at $250 million. That's the cap. Hopefully it never quite gets there, but that's their capability. For comparison, there's a $3 billion given to the Energy Authority. So once again, we're talking about infrastructure that's going to be less expensive, but still nonetheless vital. So all the sideboards for the bonds are the same as the Energy Authority. That seems to be working pretty well. And so going to the end of the bill gets into the discussion of how we're going to get this stood up. And you'll see on section 3, that's where we delineate that the board will meet at least 2 times. The Department of Agriculture will provide administrative support. Then there's a $10,000 general fund appropriation for administrative expenses for the new Agriculture Authority Board. And so that's the standing committee amendment, a small technical change, Mr. Chairman. I'll probably just go and dispose of that, if that's okay. And so basically what we do with the standing committee amendment is on page 29, line 14, we delete Wyoming Agriculture Authority and insert Department of Agriculture. Obviously, they're the ones who are going to be providing the administrative support. So that's more of a technical correction, make sure those funds go to the right agency. And so I'll stand for questions on that standing committee amendment.
And Senator Boner, we move the amendment?
I believe so, yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Questions for Senator Boner? We are on the amendment. Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 122, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. We are back on the bill. Senator Boner.
There's a committee of the whole amendment as well, if I could have that ready.
Would the reading clerk please read in the committee of the whole amendment?
Senate File 122, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 1, line 6, after.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 122 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this does is it goes in and further defines who can be on the board, making it be as open and flexible as possible. So it goes in and makes some technical corrections. We want to make sure that they could be deletes some ands and replaces with or. So that was my intent to begin with. We just need to make that technical correction. And also adds in the phrase, so we talk about they have to be involved in the agriculture industry. It means to work relating to the science, art, business, or finance of cultivating soil, producing crops, or raising livestock. And we'd add in or the support of such work. So if instead of having to be a rancher who raises cattle, you could be a feedlot operator, for example. You're still involved with raising beef, but you're not. It's just some of that more ancillary work. We want to make sure we capture that as well, making sure we have as much flexibility as possible to get the most qualified people on this board. And then we delineate that last position, adding 1 member shall be engaged in agricultural processing. I suppose that should be a focus since we're since that's what the whole point is of the authority. And so we further refine that concept. And then with the appropriation, we double it to $20,000. And we got the $10,000 figure based off of the Energy Authority Board. The idea here is that we want to have a little bit of leeway, make sure that they are, might be more than twice a year as we get this spun up. So we just want to allow for 4 meetings instead of 2 for this board. And that's the committee of the whole amendment. So I went through a lot there. I'll stand for questions on the committee of the whole amendment.
Are you ready for the question on the committee of the whole amendment, Senator?
Yes.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Bonner's amendment, motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 122, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 has passed. We are back on the bill. Senator Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question to the good presenter of the bill. I'm a little confused in this fiscal note. I mean, I didn't really hear what it was going to cost. I mean, they quoted another energy authority. I can't see my monitor right now. I'm sorry. Could you please explain what are the costs for this newly formed proposal here in your bill? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boner. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good question. I did glaze over that part. Well, the cost for this bill is $20,000 now, but the idea is over the interim, we're going to look at what functions, say within the Department of Ag, we're going to move underneath this authority. The biennial budget for the Energy Authority is about $2.25 million. And that's just about what, say, the Wyoming Beef Council's budget is. So the intent is we're going to reorganize and potentially consolidate some other functions of state government and have that regulatory focus be exclusively in the Department of Agriculture, move other parts to the Agriculture Authority. And so that's going to be an ongoing discussion. I'm confident there are several ways we can take care of that without being a drag on the general fund, if you will. It's something we're very much aware of. And frankly, that's why we're going through the whole basically 2-year process. That's going to be a long drawn out conversation in committee number 5, but there's several ways that we can do that. Like I said, like I said, the Beef Council's budget alone is equivalent to the Energy Authority. So there's plenty more we can move underneath the Ag Authority to make it work. That's our intent. I'm sorry, there's not a solid answer, but obviously we're all aware of the fiscal situation in SACEN, and we're not going to bring you anything that's going to be an increase in government. So that's the answer.
Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is along the same lines. So is the intention to be able to make money off of the bonds that are issued and the loans you make? And what happens if it's not sustainable? Because, in banking, that margin's awfully thin. And so you're going to have expenses and staff, et cetera. So what happens if it's not financially feasible? Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill, I think this is an exceptional idea. And I don't know if everything's perfect in the legislation. Certainly, it's a long bill. There's a lot of complicated concepts. But Mr. Chairman, on the Minerals Committee for the last decade, I've worked with the Infrastructure Authority, the Pipeline Authority, and now the merged Energy Authority, and am familiar with the model and how it behaves and how it's capable of reacting and sort of the tools it has in the toolbox. And contemplating the creation of something similar, which this is obviously structured very similar, for our agricultural sector and the folks in the state that need that same type of support and effort, and then trying to bring together all of our resources under that umbrella instead of having this distributed structure as we've had in the past. I think this is a really great idea. I hope we can find a path for it, and maybe it needs some tweaks, but I think moving down this road and really starting to reform the system we've got now, modernize it, and reflect what I do consider to be kind of a more efficient system and effective that we've had with our authorities instead of the boards and the direct reports. I think it lends itself well, Mr. Chairman, to the agricultural industry, and so I appreciate the bringer of this coming forward. The one question I have following that is with regard to the investment size and the caps and the bonding and a lot of the authorities that we have on the Wyoming Energy Authority. I'm interested in understanding if the magnitude of those was fleshed out by trying to contemplate the scale of projects that might be utilized or might be needed over time, and then comparing that with effectively the bonding capacity and the fundraising capacity. So there's my question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Boner.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as, I guess, providing security for the bonds, that's on page 22, starting on line 13. This is language we took from the Energy Authority. It seems to work pretty well. And frankly, the whole point is, sometimes having this authority present and maybe investigating some possible projects. I think the experience with the Pipeline Authority has been that all of a sudden you get something, the private sector jumps in and actually performs the project. So hopefully the use of these revenue bonds is few and far in between, but it is important to demonstrate that capability. And so that is something we're very seriously contemplate and make sure that those bonds are secured, not just from pledges of revenues, but by first mortgage on the property, so on and so forth. So we're using that that property to secure the bonds. So that's a simple answer. It probably was about as in-depth as going to be. If somebody with banking experience wants to further refine that language, I'd be certainly amenable to that. Now, as far as the caps, that 50, there's nothing magic about it, but that $50 million cap per project is meant to preclude the large processing facilities, which run over $100 million generally. That's part of the problem. We don't want to contribute to the problem. Make sure that's absolutely clear, and just make sure that we're covered there. As far as $250 million, that's enough for 5 separate projects to be going at the same time. That's more than enough than we would ever need, presumably, but we don't want to be too restrictive either. So open to suggestions as far as those maximum amounts go, but that was the general idea.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick follow-up on that, the large processing facilities. I'd like a little more thought on precluding that, because to me, it almost seems like that's just about the killer app for having the possibility of revenue bonds that would be substantial enough where we could influence the marketplace in such a way where we could have a large, for example, a large USDA processing facility in Wyoming. We need one of those. That would be very beneficial. And to me, that was the first thing, honestly, that came to mind with this is, hey, wouldn't it be great if this could get us to that point because we had sufficient bonding authority? We could build a revenue picture in such a way that you could have revenue bonds generated potentially to fund that project, or go in a partnership where you do partial funds and go to the private sector. So you've got a public-private equity partnership. It seems like there's a lot of potential there. So why would we want to exclude that?
Senator Boner.
Okay,
never mind.
Okay. That certainly could be a topic of discussion. We're just recognizing the issues we've had recently with those larger plants. But just point out, that's the issue that brought this bill forward, but it may not be the future for the issue moving forward. That's why the agricultural processing could be anything. I like to point out, I missed that part. It's not just meat processing. It could be crops. It could be wool. It could be any sort of agricultural product. So that is a serious policy decision for the body, one which I'd be open to hearing the discussion on and changing those values and seeing how much we want to preclude right off the bat and how much we want to leave open to the authority.
Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with a favorable recommendation, Senate File 122 do pass, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Senate File 122 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 124. Would the reading clerk please read in the bill?
Senate File 124, Defending Wyoming Business, Trade and Commerce Amendments, an act relating to trade and commerce, sponsored by Senator Nethercott, was referred to committee number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Excuse Senators Guru and Hicks. Senator Kinski, acting chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a do pass recommendation of Senate File 124. And for a walkthrough of the bill, I will turn it over to Senator Nethercott.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There will be no walkthrough. There will be a flyover, good senators. Good news for all of you. There is no fiscal note and there are no amendments. This bill actually is a perfect dovetail on the previous bill. What this does is it responds and empowers our Attorney General to deal with antitrust issues, really as it relates to those 4 big plants that control our meat production and meat distribution in our country. Fun fact, this legislation is really based on the Sherman Act, based on our antitrust code currently in our statutes. Went into law in 1890, the same as our state. Side note, what the bill does is 2 primary things. It adds civil investigatory authority to the Attorney General's office, allowing for the Attorney General to make inquiries into these companies to determine whether or not a violation of law has occurred, such as antitrust or anti-competitive participation. Some of the concerns we saw is the closure of many of these packing plants recently, including in states immediately to the south of us, having a very negative impact on the state of Wyoming and its meat producers, which comprises a large part of our economic revenue for the state, and really harms us. The second thing that the bill does is it provides additional amendments to the criminal sanctions associated with such violations and makes that law really to come into modern practice associated with the criminal consequences with antitrust. With that, I'd stand for questions and ask for favorable consideration and defend Wyoming business.
Questions or comments? Senator Bateman.
Quick question, would this be applicable to antitrust with big tech?
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, it's antitrust for all companies that would do business with the state of Wyoming or in the state of Wyoming that would violate the law.
Are you ready for the question? Yeah. Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion that when the committee whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation. Senate File 124 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Senate File 124 has passed committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 30. Would the reading clerk please read the Senate file?
Senate File 30, Pandemic Response Review Task Force, an act relating to public health sponsored by the Corporations Committee, was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass failed amended. Ayes, Senators Hicks, Perkins, and Steinmetz. No, Senators Guru and Kinski. Senator Perkins, Chairman. Original reference was to Committee Number 7, Corporations, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Boner, Case, Driscoll, Nethercott, and Scott. Senator Driscoll, Chairman.
Senator Driscoll, excuse me, you have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee whole rises to report, it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 30. For further explanation, I call on Senator Scott.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, what this bill is the authorization creating a task force to essentially do an after action review on how we responded to the COVID pandemic and what ought we to do differently in the future. Mr. Chairman, I think there's near universal agreement on the fact that we need to do an after action review. An event as major as this, even if it may not be repeated, it may be repeated next year, but it's more likely that the previous indication is that 100-year interval may more be what's appropriate. But any event, we need to look at what we did right and what we did wrong, see if we can learn from it. Mr. Chairman, I think there's good support for doing that, so I'm not going to discuss it at length. I think the key issue is this the right mechanism for doing it? And frankly, in the Corporations Committee, for quite some time, I opposed doing it this way, thought that it would be better done by a legislative interim committee. I do not like these task forces because they are gradually turning us into a professional legislature. In this case, I got persuaded that having a task force was a better way to approach it, because by having a task force, we can involve the people that were actually on the front lines. Somebody from the health department, somebody from the counties, couple of business people, couple of physicians or other practitioners who are actually seeing patients. And I think that perspective will be extremely useful. I think the recommendations may well turn out to be in part to the executive branch as to how they might approach things a little differently. And having some executive branch people on the task force will improve the credibility of that and won't seem like it's just legislature criticizing the executive branch. And I think you'll get better implementation. Second, I think having people from the business community and the executive branch that were on the receiving line of what happened will give us better feedback as to how the laws we passed are actually being interpreted, and that will help us. So this is a mixed task force with a number of appointees. You can see the list. It's a pretty broad group. It's about as big as you can make the group and still have it function effectively. But that's what it's going to do. I think the timing is going to be right. I thank the Lord and the abilities of the pharmaceutical industry and the push from the federal government to get the vaccine. I think the COVID pandemic will be in good part over by the time this gets organized and going. So I think that will be appropriate timing. It'll still be fresh, but we won't be fighting the instant ongoing battle that we have been. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge us to adopt the bill, pass it through committee of the whole. I think we may need to broaden a little bit the reporting that's needed and the issues that they look at, but that's an issue for tomorrow or Friday. Mr. Chairman, be happy to answer any questions.
If we may, we do have a standing committee amendment. Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, could we have the standing committee amendment read in, please?
Senate File 30, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, page 2, line 8, delete.
Senator Driscoll. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 30. Good senators, we heard from the county commissioners across our state, recognizing that the counties were responsible for issuing many of these health orders and really on the ground dealing with the pandemic. At their request, we added another member from the commission, so now there's 2. We did reject other requests for other participants from government, and we kept it limited to just adding 1 more member of the county commissioners. Stand for your favorable consideration.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment? Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt the standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 30, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Standing committee of number 1 to Senate File 30 has passed. We are back on the bill. Senator Driscoll, Senator
Our standing committee.
Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I have Senate Committee Amendment number 2 read in, please?
Senate File 30, Standing Committee Amendment number 2, page 1, line 4, delete.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 30 and ask the body to vote aye. What you see here is you don't see this a lot, and this amendment deletes the appropriation. It also, if you listen to the report back on the reading of the bill, your Senate Appropriations Committee passed this out with a do not pass recommendation on a 3-2 vote. The reason that is and the good tall senator and the prime sponsor of the bill indicated the exact reason why that was opposed, and that's simply because of the creeping nature of task forces. And so this is the second task force we've been asked to consider today. We believe that continues to expand the legislature. We believe that we have a great, we think we have a very capable and competent Health and Labor Committee. In times past, when we've looked at these things, sometimes we've expanded those and included additional members on those committees. We also have a great corporations committee, and the prime sponsor is a valued member of that corporations committee. We've done times where we've had joint committees where committees have looked at these bills at the same time if we don't think there's enough. But we have the ability to do this postmortem, have these witnesses come and testify. And for those reasons, that's the reason for the Appropriations Committee do not pass recommendation and the deletion of the appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further comments by the committee, by the floor? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would urge you to resist this amendment. Kind of interesting. I'm one of the ones that hates task force worse than anybody. Folks, what did you read in the papers for the last 8 months? Both sides. People liked, they hated, they did whatever. We've gone through the session, and this is the one spot that we can bring business people in, health people in, and take an honest look at it. It's not a flyover, as you would put it, by a committee that's done it on an interim study. It is actually a task force that looks honestly at how we handled it and how we did it. If you don't have this, when we're all done, you're either going to have a very quick report, or, and I hesitate to say, you're gonna have an executive branch report that they evaluate themselves. And I can kind of tell you what the results are gonna be on that. Anybody that evaluates themselves, you tend not to be near as critical as you might be. Not that you should be critical in a bad way, but you need to look hard at everything you do. This is our last chance to decide if you want another pandemic when it comes, and there will be one. We've heard it on the floor. Do you want it handled the same as the last one? Do you want the health orders to stay the same as the last one? We've had a hard time doing much with health orders, folks. There's not a whole lot out there. This is the vehicle that you use to honestly look at what are we going to do with how we handle a pandemic when it comes again. And, you know, a lot of times the best money that's spent is studying how to solve a problem before the next one occurs. Should you not do it, you won't be ready the next time. And my guess is it'll be day after day in the paper again that people are second guessing what happened. This will give you an honest chance for business people, for health people. Health people feel like they've been battered. They think they did the right thing. Business people, which I'm one of them, think we kind of got abused on some of the fronts. This is the chance to put them all together, look at it and say, should this happen again? How should we look at doing it? And for my end, this is a cheap investment. It really is. You look at the money we spend, we look at what we do. This is some of the cheapest spend we have. It has the biggest chance for a result should it happen again. And I can assure you, for some of you younger people, you're going to get to see something similar in your time. This is your chance to be able to see where we can improve on our system. And so for that end of it, I encourage you to fight back this amendment, pass it out. And I can tell you, as far as going to a full-time legislator, there'll be legislators that would like to be on this task force. There's going to be a lot of people who want to look at it, because this is your chance to have an effect on the future. We can't change the past. You can change what we do in the future. I encourage you to fight this back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to talk on the bill, but I think after this, I better talk on both, and I'm kind of confused. Either we've got the horse behind the cart, or something doesn't make sense here. We just passed a bill today, or yesterday, I believe, that dealt with changing the rules for procedure in a pandemic. And now we're wanting a task force to evaluate stuff. I would think if you wanted the task force to evaluate first and then change the rules might be one thing, but if we've already changed the rules, why do we need a task force? So right now I'm kind of struggling to say, how can we justify putting $50,000 into a task force to come up with solutions that obviously we already discussed and came up with what we wanted for solutions already? So I just need some help to understand how that's going to play out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go out on a limb and suggest that perhaps the bill we passed out earlier this afternoon maybe had some imperfections in it. Just something to consider. But I do think it might be a pretty healthy experiment for the state to do a deep dive and hear in a meaningful way in a public setting with public meetings, what happened at the county level? What happened in K through 12? What happened in our business community? What happened all around, right? Rather than we come in and in 2 days with one amendment decide what our legislative process is going to look like in the future. But in reality, the issue is a lot bigger than how it just applies to us, right? There's a lot of moving parts. So yes, I hate task forces too, and I don't want to be on this one. But I do think it's very healthy. I do think that it's a productive exercise. I think that they can look at the legislation that we're passing out and see if that's really what is needed after listening to all of the people and all who were impacted, and understand if that's really the solution that they need. And if we even hit the mark at all on that issue, or if we completely fail to listen from all those stakeholders. So I do think that there's more to learn, certainly, and we will continue to do so. I think it does have merit. And, you know, $50,000, maybe the Booster Club can pay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I served on your corporations committee as its chairman the last couple of years. And during the interim, we had some good discussions about this. Fair enough that we ought to do all this work through the joint committees. I mean, I just brought that up a few minutes ago. I get it. These are two of your busiest committees. They have the most things on their docket, perhaps, out of any of them. And frankly, it was the opinion of labor and health representatives, along with our corporations committee, who thought this deep dive was very much in order. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm kind of interested in knowing a little bit more about our public health offices and what they ran into and what they were able to do and what they were unable to do. We were lucky in my community to have a good one, but I've understood from several of you that we didn't have such good public health offices perhaps out across the state. That's just one facet. The senator from Laramie County is exactly right. We can do a deep dive with this task force and really, I think, do some good for the next generation. I hope it's another generation before we run into this again, Mr. Chairman. I think, honestly, if you're satisfied with what we did yesterday, I'm not, but I think going forward, we ought to really take a hard look at how we do business and dive into these statutes. So I'm going to resist this amendment. I think it's worth the investment. We swallowed huge chunks of money a few minutes ago. This is not very much money for us to get a look back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, and what I want to emphasize in this, and I'm against the amendment and for the bill, although frankly, on most task forces, I think the Appropriations Committee needs to dust the amendment off again. But in this case, what I really want to emphasize to you is the issues are much broader than the one we dealt with in the bill that we just finished. What kind of a stockpile should we maintain of, like, personal protective equipment, other things that the hospitals may need, given that the next pandemic will be different? I think we'll find there are some things that would be worth us spending some money on. That the personal protective equipment, for example, is something that's likely to be a universal, whatever the pandemic is. How much our public health system across the state is an awful mishmash. You've got city and county health departments, you've got counties that virtually have nothing. How does that affect our response, and should we change something there? Mr. Chairman, what about the communication strategy? A lot of success in controlling a pandemic is communicating with the public what to do, what's the appropriate response given the nature of the science? And that's a very important part of the task. Did we handle that right? Or there's some ways we can improve that? There's a whole series of questions there that are much broader than what was dealt with in the particular bill we had this morning. You know, the quarantine statutes we've got. That wasn't included in the bill this morning. That's a different set of issues. There's a whole, I can't emphasize too much how many more things there are. And that's why this kind of an after action review is something we really do need to do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Senator Case.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
then
Chairman.
Senator Cost.
Mr. Chairman, the Corporations Committee started out with some discussion of other types of bills, restricting powers of state health officers and on and on. And we came around to this approach, partly because we were in the middle of a pandemic, but also, Mr. Chairman, because the people of Wyoming are very divided on this issue. Our branches of government are very divided on this issue. The executive branch and the legislature, at least perhaps the Senate, you know, probably have different feelings about this, Mr. Chairman. Everybody's pretty convinced and have strong convictions. My town split right down the middle between the masks and the non-masks, and whether we overreacted, whether we did too much or not. My personally in my business, I was killed by this, you know, but Mr. Chairman, that's why we've got to take it and raise it up a step. An interim committee, I can take the subject and I can look at the makeup of the committee and I can kind of predict how it's going to come out. Our committees aren't unbiased. They're all made up of us that we know how we stand. There are very few of them that are balanced in the sense of doing something on this issue, because a lot of us have made up our minds one way or the other. It makes it hard to go forward. You know, maybe we would be happy with the results, but would the people of Wyoming be happy with the results? And would we gel behind a policy that will take us into the future in a positive way? Bringing in the executive branch, bringing in local governments, bringing in, places that had different opinions about this, Mr. Chairman, and different occupations. I think this is a good way to go. It's gonna buy credibility. It's gonna earn credibility as we go forward and have an honest evaluation and reach out to the people of Wyoming and see what they think.
Are you ready for the question? Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make this quick. I'm not opposed to the task force. I just think maybe we got the horse behind the cart instead of in front of the cart. I think learning what was right, what was wrong, and all of that before we start coming up with bills might have been a better way to approach this. That was my only point.
Senator Driscoll, and then Beitman. And
Mr. Chairman, one last, we're late. I'll try to be kind of quick. We did do a bill on it, and I think it was a reasonably good bill, but did it stop businesses from getting closed, the bill? Mm-mm. Did it stop schools from getting closed? Mm-mm. Says we could have come back and act on it. Do they have any guidance on what to do from the last time? And that's what this task force does, is they may say that that bill we just did is a great one. They may say it needs tweaked a little, but the side of it I want. You just heard a good senator, a good friend of mine, talk about how it crushed his business. My business prospered. Billions of dollars were lost in the state last year. Billions. Are we willing to spend $50,000 to see if what we did could have done it differently? And I'm talking about a tiny change. Might have been maybe we left a restaurant open because of a different way of doing it, looking at it. Maybe it's a different way of looking how we handle the orders, how counties handle it. And for my end, anybody that's been in business, if you don't look back at your successes and failures and use them to judge how you go forward, I can assure you this, you'll make the same mistake again. You'll come back and say, oh my gosh, how did that happen? So the bill we just did allows the person to do it again. Do you want that? Do you want to give them guidance? Do you want to say, it hurt my business, or it helped mine, or we want our schools open, or here's how we want it? That's what this gives you the ability to have an honest look at. And it's a cheap, cheap way of doing it. I can't think of a task force that's probably more important in recent history in the state. When you look at a couple $2 billion, folks, this is bigger than the energy wreck. It's bigger, short term, it's bigger than the energy wreck for Wyoming. And we're going to short sight it and say, we're not going to actually do a good deep dive to see what we did right and what we did wrong. Let's get this over with and be done.
Senator Whiteman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
then
We're
Senator
still on the
James.
amendment, correct?
We are on the
It's still,
amendment.
basically.
We are
All
on. the
right,
amendment.
because we kind of got off in the weeds a little bit, on and for the amendment. But I will say this, and what I've been listening to the debate. You're probably going to get your task force, but please just, my one request would be to get normal, average Wyoming people on the task force. Time after time, we see these task force and all they are retread politicians that are out of office. They're people that are connected to government one way or the other, whether they're friends of the governor, or they're friends of a politician, or they're friends of somebody within government, all getting together and talking about rehashing the same stuff. So please, if you get this task force, get normal, average Wyoming people who have been affected by this pandemic and get their opinions. And let's get the real people of Wyoming engaged. Thank you.
Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious why we're funding a task force, which I do agree with the amendment, by the way, when there's already been a pandemic response plan on the Department of Health website that was actually revised in 2019. That lays out everything that the Department of Health and everyone was supposed to do. So why are we paying for this when the answer is already right there? Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Question being called. If you vote aye, you are voting to take the funding out of the bill. If you vote no, you are putting the funding back into the bill. Is that correct? Yes. All those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion to adopt the Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 30, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Good.
Division.
Division being called. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand.
Grow that government.
I guess I better stand. Vote was 10 ayes, 17 noes. Wait a minute. Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 30 has failed. We are back on the bill. Question on the bill. Senator, President Dockstader.
Thank you. Briefly, this is unresolved. At the height of it, I was called down to one of my communities, one of the local taverns, and they said a couple of us want to talk, and I went in there and it was every business person in the whole town. And they were trying to social distance. Wasn't working too well. I leaned my arm up on the bar and I said, hit me, and away we went. They were very unhappy. This is unresolved, folks. We got to go back in, figure out what went wrong and correct it for the next time.
Question on the bill. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't speak on the amendment, so I thought I'd have one moment here. And Mr. Chairman, I think I'm the king of task forces, if I'm not mistaken. I've been on 6. If you've got more than that, raise your hand. Okay, that's what I thought. And Mr. Chairman, I do think they serve a purpose. I think this is an appropriate use for a task force where you want to get a diversity of information, where you're not just bringing in legislators. But I would suggest to the proponents and sponsors, having been on 6 task forces, that the number of legislators is less than the number of non-legislators, and that tends to go rogue. So if that's the intent, it's a bit challenging, and that might be the intent, but I would say I've been on some that are like that. I've been on some that are about comparable with maybe one more legislator. And it tends to go better if you've got a little bit of balance there. And I saw that the number was upped in the standing committee amendments so that it's an 8-6 count. And that's a lot of people. So I leave it up to the folks that want to sponsor it, but I wouldn't go that high. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Question? Senator Kinsky.
I don't know about task force, but I want to go to a bar in Star Valley with Senator Dockstader.
I hear he's Jack. Senator Scott. Question on the bill. All those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion that when the committee whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation, Senate File 30 do pass, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. Senate File 30 has passed committee of the whole. Senator Driscoll.
Committee of the whole rise and report.
You've heard the majority floor leader's motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. Motion carries. Mr. President.
House on storage Saturday. What's that? No, not right now.
Oh, just.
We're, it's because we're stuck here. I gotta do laundry.
Real quick.
Shirts, I gotta do all kinds of stuff.
Reading clerk will read the committee of the whole report.
Mr. President, Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 48 do pass. I beg your pardon, Senate File 148 do pass. Senate File 122 do pass amended. Senate File 124 do pass. Senate File 30 do pass amended. Senator Wasserberger, Chairman.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion is passed. Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I move the committee of the whole report, I would like to thank our front desk, Beth, all the way over in the corner, Linda, Ellen, Cheryl, and Randy, and they do such incredible work for us. I think it's time we stand and recognize their efforts.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. Very difficult day. I think I got that a little backwards.
Mr. President, I move the committee of the whole report.
Thank you. Apologize. I was still thinking about my 7-Up on the rocks. Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move we stand adjourned till 10 a.m. Thursday, March 4th. Fellow members, come see me and visit with me. We potentially have two choices. The other side has talked about working on Saturday. We have talked about potentially going in at 8 o'clock on Friday and trying to be done by noon on our third reading. And I'm going to kind of pull you all. That's kind of my decision to make. Storm looks bad and it's done. I can assure you we'll work today, Friday. If it looks like we can get done on time and get out, my preference is to send you down the road, but I'd like all of you to kind of let me know your thoughts on it. If you don't get them, tough luck. I'll make my decision however you can live with it.
Corner the floor leader on what you'd like to see. All right, thank you, sir. Senator Perkins.
Time for announcements?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Senate Appropriations to Committee Number 2 will meet tomorrow in E301 and online to take up further consideration and of government waste, fraud, and abuse, Senate File 63.
Thank you.
8 o'clock, 8 a.m. I would change it back later, but it's too late with the announcement. So 8 a.m.
Okay, Senator Ellis. Stay on that side of the room.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife and Cultural Resources Committee is having a joint meeting with our House counterparts. We're not considering any bills, but we have a number of agency directors who will be giving us an update on the zebra mussel presence in Wyoming. They'll be there to answer questions, but we'll be hearing from a number of directors from our state agencies. So it's open to the public, starting at 8 a.m. in the Capitol Extension Room W006, as well as online. Thank you, Mr. President.
Moving across the room, Chairman Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tentatively pending changes, your number 10 committee, Labor and Health, is going to meet in the health spa, otherwise known as room 6 in the extension, on Friday morning at 8 a.m. To hear one bill, to hear Senate File 129, Medicaid coverage licensed pharmacist.
Thank you. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 5, Agriculture, will meet upon adjournment tomorrow, March 11th in the Capitol Extension Room W2 and online to consider House Bill 52, Wyoming School Protein Enhancement Project, House Bill 54, Wyoming Meatpacking Initiative, and House Bill 118, Food Freedom Act amendments.
Thank you. I have an announcement. As Senate Rules and Procedure, we'll hear Senate File 147 tomorrow, 12 noon in room W110. Do you have another announcement, Senator Driscoll?
Mr. President, your lucky committee, corporations, elections, political subdivisions will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. in room W110 to take up Senate file continuation of Senate File S-145, election runoffs, Senate File 78, real estate appraisers, continuing education, Senate File 142, prohibition on private funds for conducting elections, and if time permits, Senate File 28, motor vehicles, security inspection, and Senate File 144, public funds lobbying.
Further announcements, further announcements. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Senate will stand adjourned until